Chapter 513. Newcomer Rules. Newcomer. This is your first time cultivating in Star Sea Pagoda. Let me tell you, the houses near Star Sea Pagoda have much richer spiritual energy, so many geniuses choose to cultivate nearby. Your wooden house will naturally be occupied by others. In the distance, many youths jeered. Lin Ling nodded. So that's how it is. But now that we're back, can you return the wooden house to us? Haha, childish. Huang Lin once again laughed arrogantly. Was I not clear enough before? This wooden house already belongs to me, Huang Lin. You newcomers will live in the garbage dump at the east gate. Aren't you afraid of violating the rules? Long Xiaochen couldn't help but ask. Rules? Do you think the vast seven profound martial house will care about small characters like you? In Star Sea Pagoda, strength is revered. If you have the strength, you can go to the 99th floor without a problem. If you don't have the strength, you can only be a dog. Huang Lin disdainfully smiled, then shook his head and said, You've wasted a lot of my time. Now it will be difficult for you to leave. My door is a bit dirty, so clean it for me. Otherwise, don't blame me if you break bones and bleed. I forgot to tell you newcomers that although Star Sea Pagoda does not allow internal strife, if you are only seriously injured and not killed, then the seven profound martial house will not convict you. It was very cruel. Here, unless you had amazing strength, you would fall into depravity. Now clean the floor for me. Huang Lin shouted again. Now that you've said it, I understand. If I seriously injure you, then the seven profound martial house will not convict me. If I want to take back my wooden house, then I can only use martial arts to decide everything. Long Xiaochen had always been proud. Even if he was a newcomer, he did not fear the older disciples. However, after his words fell, there were even more jeers. Obviously, they had seen such a thing before. Every year, when a new genius arrived, they would inevitably be taught a lesson. After a proud genius came here, after experiencing a setback, they would eventually understand that there was always someone better than them. Their previous pride in the seven profound martial house was nothing at all. This newcomer is going to suffer. He dares to challenge Huang Lin, haha. I'll wait for him to be crippled. The crowd laughed at his misfortune. I just finished cultivating. It's a good time to stretch my body. Since Huang Lin was able to occupy a wooden house near the Star Sea Pagoda, it was clear that he had faced many challenges. Therefore, he walked out in large strides. Trash, come on up. Let this young master beat you into a dog. Kneel down and beg for mercy 3 times, and you'll become a cripple from now on. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted. Huang Lin's strength was at the early stage of the King Spirit Realm. Haha, you're only at the early stage of the King Spirit Realm. Your strength is on par with mine. I don't understand what qualifications you have to be so arrogant. Long Xiaochen was naturally unwilling to be outdone, and he strode forward as well. On the other hand, Lin Ling frowned slightly. He wanted to warn Long Xiaochen, but he was too slow. This was because he sensed that Huang Lin didn't seem to be an ordinary early-stage King Spirit Realm cultivator. His aura was extremely deep, and it was obvious that his foundation was solid. Humph, do you think you can disregard the old man just because you're at the early King Spirit Realm? You overestimate yourself. The crowd was not surprised by Long Xiaochen's cultivation level at all. Instead, they were even more disdainful. In their hearts, a newcomer was a newcomer. No matter how high his cultivation level was, his strength was limited. 18 legs of the Dragon God. Without saying anything more, Long Xiaochen immediately used his martial arts. His Dragon God spear had been destroyed by Lin Ling, so he could only rely on other martial arts. Swoosh! Clouds drifted out, and 18 illusory legs appeared. It was like a divine dragon swinging its tail. Extremely powerful. This was the ultimate martial art of Dragon God Bei that was not passed down to outsiders. It was a powerful first-grade king stage martial art. Bang! 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 A dull sound rang out. Although it didn't seem too loud, everyone knew that once a martial artist reached the King Spirit Realm, they would pursue martial arts skills and techniques, and not use brute force to break through brute force. To truly break through brute force with brute force was a result of a great disparity in strength. Therefore, what seemed like an ordinary leg was actually able to split mountains and rivers. Bang! 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 Dust spread out, and the sound was like a giant beast walking on the ground. However, facing Long Xiaoqin's 18 legs, Huang Lin had one hand behind his back. He stretched out his other hand and gently patted out. All 18 legs were broken. Huang Lin's martial arts foundation is getting stronger and stronger. He can easily see through the trajectory of that newcomer's martial arts. The crowd was secretly surprised. Get lost. As soon as the 18 legs were broken, a powerful aura erupted at the same time. A palm seemed to have come from the void, slapping straight at Long Xiaoqin. Rolling Stone Palm. Although this martial art had an ordinary name, it was in fact a second-grade king stage martial art. It had the power of rolling stones on a mountain. The more it rolled, the stronger it became. It was said that even a middle king spirit realm martial artist would not be able to block this palm. Pung! The palm slammed into Long Xiaoqin's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body glided across the ground, leaving a deep scar in the ground. You overestimate yourself. This young master will cripple you. After defeating Long Xiaoqin in a single move, Huang Lin did not give up. He took a step forward and chased after Long Xiaoqin. I thought it would be fierce, but it was only a single move. The crowd jeered and shook their heads. That newcomer dared to take back his wooden house with just this little bit of strength? Unfortunately, this was nothing but a dream. He could only be reduced to another genius that had been crippled. How could he be so strong? Long Xiaoqin's body flew backwards, his pupils constricting. Before, he was a genius of the 100 territories. However, after arriving here, he was first defeated by Lin Ling, and now he was defeated by a completely unknown person. This was not a small blow to him. The 7 profound martial house was much stronger than he had imagined. Just as he was feeling discouraged, the terrifying rolling stone palm appeared in front of him once again. Looking carefully, this palm had an illusion, as if it were a rolling stone that could shake the heavens and earth. Am I going to die? Long Xiaoqin's pupils constricted. As an old man, he dares to bully a newcomer. His face is too thick. At this moment, a flaming fist appeared, accompanied by the faint cry of a vermilion bird. Then, under countless eyes, it collided with the rolling stone palm. Bang! The fist and palm collided, and a terrifying astral wind blew out in all directions. The crowd's pupils constricted. Who had blocked Huang Lin's palm? At this moment, Huang Lin was also extremely surprised. He looked forward and saw that the heat in front of him had caused an illusory wave of air to surge. A slender figure appeared in front of him and blocked his palm with a fist covered in flames. It was the other newcomer from before. He's only at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. The crowd also saw the youth's figure, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. They had thought that between the two newcomers Long Xiaoqin was the stronger, and the other youth was the follower. But now they discovered that the youth was actually the hidden master. My hand. After Huang Lin recovered from his surprise, he immediately saw the youth in front of him turn his fist into a palm, and suddenly grab his palm. At the same time, a terrifying heat spread out, and flames began to burn his palm. True meaning of fire. Huang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. His rolling stone fist was a second-grade king step martial art, but the youth had blocked it. This meant that the youth's attack was stronger than his second-grade king step martial art. Chapter 5:14. Breaking through a boundary. Wait. Let go of my hand. Let go. Huang Lin felt a sharp pain as his arm was being burned by the flames. You said that you would beat us like dogs and cripple us? Lin Ling still held onto Huang Lin's hand, his cold voice sounding out. Although he hadn't used the vermilion bird's flames, he had used 40% of the true meaning of fire. The geniuses here were truly terrifying. Any one of them had forced him to use one of his trump cards. As for the world-purifying demonic flame that had once dominated the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, this flame was very ordinary in the 7 profound martial house. After all, the world-purifying demonic flame was only a first-grade king body talent. Let go of me, I admit defeat. Your flames are too terrifying, my hand is going to be crippled. Huang Lin's face twisted. He found that the flames burning his arm could not be extinguished no matter what he did. Didn't you say you were going to cripple us? Lin Ling said with an indifferent expression. The flames in his hand burned even more vigorously, burning Huang Lin's arm to nothing. Huang Lin fell to the ground with a thud, his face ferocious and terrifying. What a fierce newcomer! The crowd's hearts trembled. For a newcomer to defeat an elder, this was very rare among the Star Guard level disciples. After all, the elders had been cultivating in the 7 profound martial house for a longer time and had a deeper foundation. It was simply impossible for a newcomer to defeat an elder. Kowtow 3 times and then clean up the wooden house. Otherwise I will cripple your other arm, Lin Ling said with an expressionless face. These words caused Huang Lin to grit his teeth. He had already lost an arm, and his combat strength had been greatly reduced. This damned youth still wanted to cripple his other arm. Bang! Aware of Huang Lin's resentful gaze, Lin Ling no longer spoke. He stretched out his right hand and a blood-red flame bloomed. Sometimes it was better to use strength to awe others. I'll clean it. Huang Lin's face became even paler. He could feel a destructive aura from that flame. If he spoke another word, perhaps it wouldn't just be his arm that would be burned. He had never thought that there would be such a powerful genius among the Star Guard level disciples this year. He no longer spoke. He endured the pain of losing his arm and hurried to clean the wooden house. Right now, who else wants to snatch our wooden house? Lin Ling looked coldly at the Star Guard level disciples in the distance, which made them silent. Clearly, they were in awe of Lin Ling's strength. As expected, no matter where one was, strength was everything. Even more so, it was dignity and the right to speak. After that, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to pay any more attention to him. He looked at the disheartened Long Xiaoqian and couldn't help but shake his head. You said before that this is the beginning of the challenge. Now you've only lost one battle, but your martial heart has been shaken. Remember, no shame and then courage. With that, he slowly walked forward. Long Xiaoqian's eyes flashed. You're right. This is just the beginning. The real challenge isn't over yet. Thank you, Lin Ling. His gaze focused and was filled with determination. Then he stood up and chased after Lin Ling in large strides, causing Lin Ling's lips to curl into a smile. The surrounding people looked at the 2 newcomers, their hearts bitter. It was as if a newcomer had just arrived and had already surpassed them, making them feel as if they had been humiliated. There were 2 rooms in the wooden house. Lin Ling and Long Xiaoqian each had one. After cleaning up, the 2 of them moved in, seizing the time to cultivate. In the 7 profound martial house, if you were not strong enough, then you would not have any dignity. What you would receive would be a massive amount of humiliation and ridicule. Therefore, everyone raced against time to cultivate, grasping their own destiny, and even wanting to be above others. Just an ordinary Star Guard level disciple has to use one of my trump cards. But above a Star Guard level disciple there are still Moon class disciples. Master Xian, Elder Xian, it seems that I have to work harder. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. The desire to become stronger in his heart was even stronger. At the same time, he thought of his family in the cloud domain. His grandfather Yu and the others. If he fell here, then in the future, when powerful enemies came to the cloud domain, who would protect them? Not only that, but he also had to find his mother. If he couldn't survive in the 7 profound martial house, then how could he talk about the Rainforest Holy Land? The Moon Guard level disciple assessment is in 3 months. Before the assessment, I have to go back to the cloud domain and take a look. Lin Ling thought to himself. Then, he suppressed his thoughts and began to cultivate again. Now, he had the 50,000 medium-grade spirit crystals that the red-haired middle-aged man had rewarded him with. He had originally wanted to use them to refine the first true fire pill, but now he planned to use them for cultivation. After all, the first true fire pill required very few spirit grasses and herbs, and he wouldn't be able to gather them in a short time. After taking out the 50,000 spirit crystals, Lin Ling didn't use them to refine the heavenly crystal pill. He didn't have that much time, so he directly used them for cultivation. Lin Ling grasped the sparkling stones in his hand, and then they turned into spiritual energy that flowed into Lin Ling's body like a dragon, causing Lin Ling's heavenly spirit essence core to become even larger. Time slowly passed. The 50,000 spirit crystals turned into dust that dissipated with the wind. Lin Ling's heavenly spirit essence core's aura bloomed like a sea urchin, piercing thousands of holes in the wooden house. Peak of the heavenly spirit realm. In his dantian, the heavenly spirit essence core was even rounder, blooming with purple light. He was only one step away from the king spirit realm. Unfortunately, this step seemed to be separated by a layer of gauze, but Lin Ling found it difficult to break through. The king spirit realm was to comprehend heaven and earth and become one with the core. The higher the grade of the heavenly spirit essence core, the harder it was to break through. This was also the reason why Lin Ling found it difficult to break through. Of course, if he broke through, Lin Ling's foundation would be the most solid, and he would be able to easily defeat ordinary early-stage king spirit realm martial artists. There were disadvantages and advantages. After reaching the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, Lin Ling would no longer be afraid of early-stage king spirit realm martial artists with his various powerful trump cards. No matter how strong an early-stage king spirit realm martial artist was, he would be able to instantly kill them, and he wouldn't even need to use his trump cards. 40% true meaning of fire, 20% true meaning of sword, and my trump card, the saber of nirvana. These are my trump cards. Lin Ling's eyes constantly flickered as he pondered his next path of cultivation. As for the vermilion bird's flames, Lin Ling's current 4th adage true fire was obviously going to take some time to reach the 5th adage true fire. However, the 4th adage true fire was enough to sweep away many young geniuses, so Lin Ling wasn't in a hurry for now. As for the Tyrant Song sword, it was currently at 20% true meaning of sword, so he could upgrade it. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ling chose to upgrade his true meaning of sword first. After all, it would be faster than upgrading his king body vermilion bird's flames. Tyrant sword art. Lin Ling slapped the rune bag with his right hand, and an ancient book appeared. It was the tyrant sword art that Sword Elder had given him. In fact, Lin Ling already had the Tyrant Song sword and didn't need the Tyrant sword art anymore. However, if he learned the Tyrant sword art, he would be able to display the full power of the Tyrant Song sword. The book opened and various ancient sword techniques appeared before his eyes. There were actually 365 sword techniques. Chapter 5:15. Sword Practice. After leaving the wooden house, Lin Ling walked around the Star Ocean Pagoda and soon found a quiet valley. There was a quiet pool in the valley, and a waterfall poured down from the side of the mountain. This place is very suitable for cultivation. Lin Ling nodded, took off his clothes, and walked into the pool with the tyrannical song sword in his hand. Qingshan sword technique. Floating cloud sword technique. Then he began to cultivate. He slashed out crazily, making sure that not a single drop of water from the waterfall would fall into the pool. Rumble. However, the power of the waterfall was extremely strong, surging like a dragon. Lin Ling's sword was already heavy, and he used it with a light and graceful sword technique. This obviously required a high level of skill. I failed. There were actually 10 drops of water that fell into the pool. It seems that my sword speed is not fast enough. Lin Ling swung his sword continuously, comprehending his own flaws. Although he had a part of the Wuji Sword Saint's memories and had a deep understanding of martial arts, comprehending was one thing. Putting it into practice was another matter. I need to be faster. Time passed quietly, and for 3 whole days, Lin Ling did not stop swinging his sword. So far, he had already swung his sword more than 100,000 times. The heavy tyrannical song sword in his hand gradually became lighter, and he swung it as smoothly as flowing water. Moreover, he had also mastered all 365 sword techniques. My whole body hurts. The harvest was good, but the process was very difficult. The continuous swinging of the sword caused Lin Ling's meridians to ache, but the more tired one was, the easier it was to stimulate one's potential. Again. Xiao xiao. In the pool, the sword light was like the moon, bright and beautiful. Behind the mountain, the waterfall crashed down like a dragon, but it was blocked by the young man's sword. Not a single drop of water fell into the pool. This sword technique was at the peak of perfection. I can cultivate the tyrannical sword technique now. The previous sword techniques were all to build the foundation and make up for Lin Ling's attainments in the sword. Now that his foundation was solid, he could naturally cultivate the tyrannical sword technique. The tyrannical song sword was divided into 2 types, the tyrannical sword and the singing sword. In other words, they were the slow sword and the fast sword. The slow sword sounded simple, but it was the most difficult. It required a sword technique to break all techniques and dominate the universe. When it was cultivated to the tyrannical song sword technique, one could achieve more than 50% sword intent. This was very terrifying. If Lin Ling did not cultivate the tyrannical sword technique, and tyrannical sword technique was tyrannical sword technique, he could add it was 50% of sword intent. But if he had both tyrannical sword and tyrannical was martial technique? However, the slow sword was difficult to cultivate, so he had to cultivate the fast sword first. The fast sword technique was all about drawing the sword quickly, fiercely and swiftly. There was a good saying, in all the martial arts in the world, only speed is invincible. If one sword was fast enough, they would be able to kill their opponent before they could even make a move. And the quick sword technique had 3 realms. First, water drop sword. Extremely fast sword, coupled with the terrifying sword intent. Often the enemy would be killed before they could even react. Sword of the heart's eye. In the blink of an eye, it can deliver a fatal strike. Sword of understanding. Able to see through the flaws in the enemy's martial arts, and then deliver a fatal blow to break the enemy's martial arts. Requires extremely deep martial arts foundations. If you want to practice the slow sword, you must thoroughly understand the fast sword. Lin Ling came to a realization and left the pool. He found a place with maple leaves and began cultivating again. Here the maple leaves were like a sea. When the wind blew, the leaves fell like snow. Water drop sword. Lin Ling bellowed. The seemingly heavy tyrannical song sword became illusory and elegant at this moment. Swish. Swish. The falling maple leaves were all cut in two, but Lin Ling wasn't satisfied. His soul force detected that there were 4,562 maple leaves, but he had only cut 3,733. This meant that his water drop sword did not meet the requirements. Again. Lin Ling sweated profusely again. Time passed quietly. Sweat dripped down along with the bitter training. If a martial artist wanted to move unhindered in the world, talent, perception, and opportunities were indispensable. But the most important thing was still hard work. Lin Ling was very clear on this point. Along with the sweat, the water drop sword was gradually controlled by Lin Ling. With one sword it was as fast as lightning. Moreover, he had also grasped the second stage, Sword of Heart's Eye. In this stage there was only one sword, but it was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the enemy would be killed with one sword. As for the third stage, he had only just touched the threshold. It was Sword of Understanding. It could break the enemy's martial arts and find the weakness of the enemy's martial arts. 30% of sword intent. After a long time, Lin Ling closed his eyes and stood still, comprehending the sword in his hand. Although the tyrannical song sword could only display 20% sword intent, because he had practiced the tyrannical sword art, he could display 30% sword intent. A 30% sword intent was already very terrifying. It had to be known that the true meaning of martial arts was much stronger than a king step martial arts. A 30% sword intent was above a 3rd grade king step martial arts. It was able to compete with a 4th grade king step martial arts, and was even stronger than some martial arts. After all, a swordsman was swift and fierce. Moreover, if Lin Ling were to erupt with his king body vermilion bird flames, in addition to his sword, just what would his combat prowess be? Of course, facing an ordinary genius, Lin Ling did not intend to erupt with the vermilion bird flames. After all, in the world of geniuses, hiding a hidden card could be more unexpected. He believed that other geniuses also had this idea. Compared to when I first came to the 7 Profound Martial House, my strength has increased by more than half, and it has only been half a month. Looking up at the distant maple forest, Lin Ling faintly smiled. He guessed that his current strength could be ranked in the upper middle of the Star Guard level disciples. Then, he took out a blue and white robe from his rune bag. After putting it on, he slowly walked back with his greatsword on his back. At this moment, all around Star Sea Pagoda, many disciples were still bitterly cultivating. Occasionally they would compare notes with each other, laughing and joking with each other. There were even some geniuses who thought they were strong enough to humiliate others in order to win the favor of some young girls. Looking at this scene, Lin Ling shook his head. These youths might be a bit strong now, but they didn't know that while they were enjoying the superiority of strength, Many others had already quietly surpassed them. Who is that? A newcomer? That sword is so domineering. What an elegant feeling. I don't know why, but his aura is so ethereal. As if he were floating in the clouds. He's just trying to be mysterious. Lin Ling was wearing a blue and white robe. With his handsome appearance and magnificent greatsword, he attracted the attention of many young boys and girls. They realized that although Lin Ling's cultivation was not high, his aura was very strange. It gave people a feeling of the elegance of a sword. It seems that my control over my aura is not good enough. Lin Ling shook his head. He had comprehended the quick sword, which also meant that he had comprehended his own true meaning of the sword. This had led to the true meaning of the sword inadvertently diffusing out, causing many people to feel that something was strange. After all, the true meaning of martial arts was not something that just anyone could have. But soon Lin Ling's heart sank into his dantian, and he quietly restrained the aura of the true meaning of the sword. Then he went to his wooden house. He saw that there was a piece of paper on the door. It was a message from Long Xiaochen. Chapter 5:16. Martial Lecture Hall official disciples didn't have any cultivation resources, and they had to get their martial arts from other sources. However, there was a martial lecture hall near the Star Ocean Tower, and Moon class disciples would come to the Star Ocean Tower to learn martial arts in order to get rewards from the martial house. To the geniuses who didn't have any background, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. They could learn heaven-ranked techniques there. And it was rumored that Moon class elites would teach them level 3 heaven-ranked techniques, if they were in a good mood. Heaven-ranked martial arts were the highest level of martial arts among Star Guard level disciples. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He had a lot of experience in martial arts, but he had to see martial arts in order to learn them. Since that was the case, he would go and take a look. Not long after he left, more than a dozen figures appeared in front of his wooden house. "Brother, this is the kid who crippled my arm," a tall and sturdy young man said with resentment. He was Huang Lin. "How dare you? You even dare to bully the people of my Tri-Mountain region," a thin young man said coldly. He seemed to be the leader of the group, and after he finished speaking, the other young men all started to flatter him. "That's right. At that time no one was living in his wooden house, so I stayed there temporarily. Who knew that after he came, he would immediately attack me? He wouldn't even listen to my apology," Huang Lin said angrily again. This time he wanted that newcomer dead. "You've gone too far." The thin young man waved his hand, and a few geniuses beside him walked out and used their martial arts, instantly destroying Lin Ling's wooden house. Who is that? How dare he destroy a wooden house in the Star Ocean Tower? How domineering! The crowd gasped as they stared at the thin young man. "It's Sky Eagle, Early King Spirit Realm. It's said that he has a heaven-ranked martial art and has cultivated it to the minute subtlety stage. He once reached the 68th floor of the Star Ocean Tower," someone said seriously. As soon as this was said, everyone's heart trembled. A third-grade king step martial art. Moreover, it had been cultivated to the minute subtlety stage. This was very frightening. It was said that only the monstrous geniuses of the Star Sea Pagoda had such a martial art level. Moreover, to be able to reach the 68th floor of the Star Sea Pagoda, this also proved his strength. Star Ocean Pagoda had a total of 99 levels, and it was very difficult to break through. Those who could reach the 50th level and above were all top Star Guard level disciples. "Men, bring some excrement and piss over here. Leave half of it behind. We'll wait here for him to come back. I want him to finish eating all the excrement and piss. I want to see what kind of guy he is." The skinny youth shouted coldly again. Killing was not allowed here, so if he wanted to vent his anger, he would make him eat shit and drink piss. Moreover, even a newcomer was so arrogant. If he didn't show them who was boss, everyone would think that Sky Eagle could bully them as they wished. So ruthless. Who on earth is so foolish to provoke Sky Eagle? The crowd's pupils constricted, making people eat shit and drink piss. This humiliation was too much. But the Sky Eagle had such strength, so they were curious which poor soul had provoked the Sky Eagle. "I think it's this year's newcomer. He taught Huang Lin a lesson not long ago. Even a newcomer is so bold. There will be a good show to watch. daring to provoke an expert from the 68th floor of Star Sea Pagoda. He's dead for sure. Also, I heard that this year's newcomers are very different. For instance, Lin Ling and Long Xiaoqin. If those newcomers were them, then it would be a good show. I also heard that this newcomer dared to slap the apprentices. The crowd began to talk. They didn't leave, they were quietly waiting for a good show. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know any of this. He was still walking towards the martial lecture hall. The so-called martial lecture hall didn't even have a single room. Rather, it was an open space where a massive number of talented youths had gathered. They were looking at a youth explaining King Step martial arts, their eyes full of awe. King Step martial arts borrow the power of the world to strengthen one's attack, defense, and speed. A proud voice spread out from the open space. The youth was sitting in a chair. He was around 20 years old, and his expression was indifferent like a highly respected senior. In front of him was a table, and he was drinking tea with his eyes closed, speaking as he did so. This youth was a Moon Guard level disciple. In order to obtain the rewards of the 7 profound martial house, he had taught some Star Guard level disciples. Even so, many disciples still worshipped and admired him. They stared intently at him, afraid that they would miss something. Only a second-grade King Step? Lin Ling shook his head. He currently had 30% of the true meaning of the sword. A second-grade King Step martial arts obviously wouldn't be of much help to him. If he wanted to be moved, then it would have to be at least a third-grade King Step martial arts or even a fourth grade. Long Xiaoqin, senior apprentice brother Ren, spoke of a second-grade King Step martial art. Have you learned it yet? At this moment, a soft voice sounded out. The one who spoke was an 18-year-old youth. He held a white jade fan as he calmly spoke. After he spoke, many people looked at the youth with a frown. This youth was Long Xiaoqin. What are they doing? Lin Ling frowned, but he didn't walk over. Brother Xiaoqin, didn't you say that you were ranked 3rd in this year's genius rankings? Your talent is excellent, so you must be able to learn a second-grade King Step martial art. Show it and let Serju see how fierce you are. In the open space there was also a young girl wearing a pink dress. She was beautiful and sweet, and most importantly her figure was hot. But her sweet voice could make any youth fall for her. Wonder it's me. Long Xiaoqin raised his head and looked a little embarrassed. He seemed to like this young girl very much, so he didn't want to lose face in front of her. Long Xiaoqin, senior apprentice brother Run has already demonstrated a second-grade King Step martial art. You said that you wanted to compete with me. Now have you learned it? The youth with the white jade fan laughed again. They seemed to be betting to see who could learn a King Step martial art faster under the guidance of the Moon Guard. However, a King Step martial art was unfathomable. How could someone learn it after just one demonstration? Unless one was a real monster, no one could have such a strong comprehension ability. Therefore, Long Xiaoqin seemed to have lost, but he couldn't swallow his pride, so he still stubbornly wanted to continue the competition. Brother Xiaoqin, you can do it. Don't let me down. As long as you win, I promise to accompany you once. The young girl called Wan said again. Her sweet voice made people unable to bear to refuse. Okay. Yes. Long Xiaoqin nodded and then took out 10,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. He looked at the youth opposite him and said, Zhu Qin, I'll bet with you again. Let's see who can learn a second-grade King Step martial art first. Okay. The surrounding youths looked at all of this with ridicule and didn't say anything to interrupt. Well, you two watch carefully. I'm now using a second-grade King Step martial art, the Void 6 Gate Fist. This fist uses the talent of the King Body as the foundation to increase the speed of punches. In the small success stage, 300 punches per breath. In the great success stage, 500 punches per breath. In the perfection stage, 800 punches per breath. In the nuance stage, 1000 punches. Okay. Chapter 517. Deception Pop. 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 The air exploded, creating a void space. What a terrifying martial art. One had to know that he could throw out hundreds of punches in a single breath. When facing an enemy, just this martial art alone would be enough to make the opponent run for their lives. So powerful. This is a Moon Guard disciple. His strength is comparable to the 8 heavenly kings of the Star Ocean Pagoda. Perhaps if the number 1 genius of the 8 heavenly kings fought with senior brother Ran, it would be hard to say who would win. The world of these geniuses is not something we can understand. The surrounding youths were all in awe. Alright, if any of you can throw 300 punches in a single breath, that means you have learned the basics. But remember, you must have the void energy, or it won't be called the Shuwu 6-gate fist. Senior brother Ren said proudly. Then he returned to his chair and picked up his teacup to drink. Long Xiaochen and the other youth nodded slightly, indicating that they had learned it. Next, they would bet 10,000 mid-grade spirit crystals. Long Xiaochen, when I first met you, you gave me the feeling that you were arrogant and unwilling to be inferior to others. I didn't expect that in such a short time, you would lose the spirit of a martial artist. Lin Ling looked at Long Xiaochen in the distance and couldn't help but shake his head. Long Xiaochen's mentality had changed. There were many geniuses here and it was very cruel. After facing other geniuses, Long Xiaochen's spirit was constantly being sharpened, and he had lost his fearless martial heart. He was the same as other geniuses. Moreover, Long Xiaochen seemed to have fallen in love with the girl called Wan. He was blinded by her beauty, and didn't know that a king-stage martial art was not something that could be learned in a short time. Long Xiaochen agreed to the bet, so he was bound to lose. Money was a small matter. The most important thing was that if he continued to lose, Long Xiaochen's martial heart would be greatly damaged, and he would no longer believe in himself. Bang! 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 In the open space, the youth called Zhu Qin began to practice martial arts. His talent seemed to be very terrifying. He learned it with just a glance. He threw 300 punches in a single breath, and they had the void energy. Amazing, as expected of the younger brother of Zhu Qian of the 8 heavenly kings. The gazes of the youths were filled with envy and awe. Then it was Long Xiaochen's turn. At this moment the pressure on him was quite great. He constantly deduced and recalled, and then used according to his memory. However, because he was anxious and didn't know that there was something fishy going on, he failed. And because he had forcefully used a martial art, it caused his meridians to be damaged. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Humph, genius? I'm sorry, but I'm suppressing geniuses. You were beaten to the point of vomiting blood. That's embarrassing enough. Zhu Qin smiled faintly and took the 10,000 mid-grade spirit crystals from Long Xiaochen. Brother Xiaochen, I thought you must be very talented since you were ranked 3rd this year. But you've disappointed me. I'm sorry, but don't come looking for me in the future. Wan Er's face turned cold as she shook her head. She rejected Long Xiaochen. Haha, what a shame. You have the nerve to call yourself a genius? You're just trash. Many of the surrounding youths also laughed in schadenfreude. You. Long Xiaochen's face paled. He had lost, and that was already a great humiliation. In the end, the young girl he had been pursuing had laughed at him and rejected him. The people around him had also laughed at him like he was trash. One had to know that he had always thought of himself as extraordinary. When had he ever suffered such a blow? Trash, do you still want to bet? As long as you have spirit crystals, I'll accompany you at any time. But if you don't dare to bet, then fine. But if you see me in the future, you'll have to take a detour. You're not allowed to bother Wan again. Zhu Qin disdainfully said again. He was trying to goad Long Xiaochen. His icy voice once again humiliated Long Xiaochen's self-esteem. His eyes were red as he looked at Zhu Qin. He wanted to take out his family heirloom jade and bet again. He did not believe that his talent was weaker than others. Enough. You've already suffered internal injuries today. If you let your emotions affect your decisions, then your life's achievements will stop here. Also, can't you see that not only are they humiliating you, but they also want to waste your heart of martial arts? At this moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded out, causing Long Xiaochen's entire body to tremble. He turned around and saw Lin Ling. He didn't know why, but his heart was filled with excitement. Perhaps in the world of geniuses like the 7 profound martial house, there were too many people who were stronger than him. Many people could easily humiliate him. Only when he was with this year's genius Lin Ling did he feel a sense of closeness. Lin Ling, it's me. Long Xiaochen regained his composure. On the road of martial arts you must bravely move forward. But that does not mean that you must constantly suffer setbacks and difficulties. You must also act according to your own strength. Otherwise, no matter how firm your heart of martial arts is, it will still collapse. Don't you realize that you are doing something impossible? But if you wholeheartedly want to do it, then you will eventually suffer from cultivation deviation. Lin Ling came to Long Xiaoqun's side and lightly said. Long Xiaoqun's body trembled. He seemed to understand a bit more. His heart seemed to be obsessed. Those closely involved could not see the situation clearly. How could he see as clearly as Lin Ling? You cannot look at a woman's appearance. Some women are not worthy of you chasing them. Lin Ling said again. He knew that the reason Long Xiaoqun could not wake up from his obsession was because he had met a woman he liked. But when a man fell in love, sometimes he would do things that would cause him to lose his cool. Most importantly, Lin Ling could see that Wan did not like Long Xiaoqun at all. She was just toying with him. She had probably joined forces with young Master Zhu to swindle Long Xiaoqun out of his spirit crystals. Long Xiaoqun's body trembled again, and he seemed to become even more clear-headed. Who are you? Since when did you have the right to interfere in our business? Seeing that Long Xiaoqun seemed to have reacted, Zhu Qin immediately frowned. Brother Xiaoqun, is this your friend? He is saying that you are not qualified to be a genius. He wants you to retreat after encountering a small setback and not dare to face a stronger challenge. Wan said sweetly. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Ling, as if she wanted to seduce Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling's temperament was even more otherworldly. He wore a blue and white robe and spoke indifferently. She was somewhat moved. Unfortunately, how could Lin Ling be tempted by her? What a cheap woman. If you don't like Long Xiaoqun, then just refuse. Why play with his feelings? Lin Ling said coldly. Wan's pupils constricted. This young man was calling her a cheap woman. Brother Xiaoqun, today you must teach him a lesson for me. Otherwise, don't come looking for me again. Wan angrily roared. Her previous sweet and lovely appearance was nowhere to be seen. Long Xiaoqun indifferently looked at Wan. Under Lin Ling's persuasion, he calmed down. He now realized that the girl he liked was so ugly. She was simply toying with him, treating him like a slave. Cheap woman, he said coldly. His cold words caused Wan's expression to turn ugly. Even Long Xiaoqun, who had always spoiled her, was scolding her. Lin Ling faintly smiled. He knew that Long Xiaoqun's fighting spirit had been restored. He finally calmed down and knew what was important. Are you going to continue gambling for Long Xiaoqun? If not, then get out of here. My martial lecture hall does not welcome you. Don't even think about learning any of my king-level martial arts. Chapter 518. I'm afraid you can't afford to gamble, why not? I'm afraid you can't afford to gamble. Lin Ling turned around and looked coldly at senior brother Ran. He naturally knew that Zhu Qin had already learned the king stage martial art that senior brother Ran had demonstrated. Otherwise, Zhu Qin wouldn't have been able to use it with just a glance. This meant that these people were in cahoots. Lin Ling was too lazy to care about them deceiving him, but Long Xiaoqun had supported him in front of everyone. Based on this, Lin Ling wouldn't just stand by and watch. Since they dared to gamble, he would play with them. Anyway, he was currently lacking spirit crystals. How could Lin Ling refuse someone who was willing to give him money? Haha, I wanted to teach you a lesson, but since you agreed to gamble, let's not talk about what happened before. Now, how many spirit crystals can you take out? Zhu Qin asked with a hint of interest. Cultivation resources were always indispensable to warriors, so no matter how big the grudge was, he would put it aside and win the spirit crystals first. Look at you, you're from the countryside. What I can take out, you might not be able to. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. The people around him were stunned for a moment, and then they all laughed mockingly. This young man was really arrogant. He actually said that what he could take out, Zhu Qin couldn't take out at all. Was he joking? Zhu Qin was the younger brother of Zhu Chan, one of the 8 heavenly kings of Star Ocean Pagoda. What couldn't he take out? Pretending. I'm too lazy to slap your face. Take out what you can take out. Zhu Qin waved his white jade fan with a look of disdain. Then take it. Lin Ling shrugged and threw the tyrannical song sword over. Zhu Qin's eyes flashed. and he was about to casually take it. However, when the sword smashed over, his face suddenly changed. What a heavy sword! His hands trembled anxiously as he stepped back and picked up the tyrannical song sword with difficulty. It's just a sword. You can't even take it. You want to gamble with me? You're courting death, Lin Ling indifferently said, causing Zhu Qin's complexion to become somewhat unsightly. He was in such a sorry state just to receive a sword. He felt somewhat embarrassed. This sword is indeed extraordinary. All right, I'll bet 10,000 spirit crystals. Zhu Qin swallowed his anger for the time being and said indifferently. He knew that this sword was probably worth a fortune. 10,000 spiritual crystals? Are you a beggar? I thought that someone who dared to gamble would be generous, but in the end you can't even take out a single spirit crystal. Do you have the nerve to continue gambling? If you can't afford to play, then scram. Lin Ling smirked and snorted coldly. What an arrogant young man. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This unknown youth's aura was even stronger than Zhu Qin's. Zhu Qin's complexion turned ugly. His older brother was one of the 8 heavenly kings, and this was the first time in the Star Sea Pagoda that someone had dared to speak to him in such an arrogant manner. However, he truly liked that sword, so he endured it for the time being. The most I can offer is 50,000, Zhu Qin said. Lin Ling looked at him with disdain. Get lost. You want to touch my sword with this little bit of money? You. Zhu Qin's face instantly revealed anger. This youth was so arrogant. I'll add another 50,000. At this moment, senior brother Ren, who had been silent all this time, slowly opened his mouth. Obviously, he had a good eye and knew that Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword was not a low-grade sword, and its price definitely exceeded 100,000. This meant that they had taken advantage of him today. Lin Ling looked at senior brother Ren indifferently. How could he not know what senior brother Ren was thinking? Unfortunately, Lin Ling's sword was not something that just anyone could touch. A total of 100,000 is barely acceptable. Alright, 100,000 spirit crystals is enough for me to cultivate for a while. Let's start the gamble, Lin Ling slowly said. Everyone was stunned, and then even crazier laughter rang out. This youth seemed to think that he had already won. He actually said that 100,000 spirit crystals was enough for him to cultivate for a while. Ridiculous. This youth probably didn't know that Zhu Qin and senior brother Ren knew each other. Later, when he suffered, he would probably kneel down and beg Zhu Qin to return his sword. Bold enough. Then let's start. Zhu Qin waved his fan and nodded with satisfaction. This sword was passed down in your family, right? I'll tell you in advance, after winning your sword, even if your father comes, I won't return it. Who knows, I might even teach your father a lesson. You won? Enough nonsense. Let me tell you, I'll take your 50,000 spirit crystals. Even if your grandfather comes, I'll beat him until he looks for his teeth on the ground. Lin Ling coldly replied, and then looked at senior brother Ron. Don't think that just because you're a Moon Guard disciple you're very impressive. I'll take your 50,000 spirit crystals. If your grandmother comes, I'll beat her until she can't find her husband. Lin Ling didn't give any face to these ugly people, because he knew that they wouldn't give him any face either. You're courting death. Senior brother Ren's eyes narrowed. This youth was so arrogant that he even dared to scold him. This youth's mouth is so poisonous. The crowd of youths covered their mouths and snickered. It was fine if this youth scolded Zhu Qin, but he even dared to scold senior brother Ren, a Moon Guard disciple. He really had guts. Moreover, he didn't use any vulgarities when scolding. He said that even if senior brother Ren's grandmother came, she wouldn't be able to find her husband. This was too funny. Do you want to bet or not? If you don't want to bet, then don't talk nonsense. Facing senior brother Ren's ashen face, Lin Ling indifferently said, I'll let you be arrogant first. Senior brother Ren coldly said, and then walked out. He glanced at Zhu Qin and once again used the Shiwu six-gate fists. He knew that Zhu Qin had already learned a second-grade king step martial art. Moreover, Zhu Qin's brother was very strong in the Star Sea Pagoda, and had taught Zhu Qin many second-grade king step martial arts. Therefore, he would definitely win this bet. And this unknown youth really thought that he was a monstrous genius. He thought that he could learn it with just a glance. Pop! 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 A terrifying martial art aura bloomed. Senior brother Ren punched out 500 times in a breath, causing the surrounding youths to cheer. Then it was Zhu Qin's turn. He had already used it once and this time he used it again. He punched out 300 times in a breath, barely managing to use the Shiwu six-gate fists. A king-step martial art resonates with the heavens and earth. Unless one is a true genius, it is difficult for an ordinary person to learn it. Zhu Qin, your talent is not bad. At the very least, it took me 3 days to learn it. Senior martial brother Ren pretended to praise him. I was just lucky. In this world, geniuses are as common as clouds. There are many geniuses stronger than me. Pop! After using the martial art, Zhu Qin pretended to be modest. However, the surrounding gazes of admiration still made him feel very satisfied. Then the two of them looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to see Lin Ling's dignified and regretful expression. However, when they looked over, their pupils constricted. Lin Ling had unknowingly arrived at senior brother Ren's chair. He even picked up senior brother Ren's tea and drank it. Moreover, he indifferently said, "You two are flattering each other. Don't you feel ashamed? It's just a second-grade king-step martial art, and you only punched out 300 times in a breath. You dare to bet with me? And you, senior brother Ren, who is in charge of teaching me, you only punched out 500 times in a breath. Don't you feel ashamed?" That calm voice, coupled with the admonishment of a senior, caused the crowd to fall silent. This youth was too arrogant. I'll update 2 chapters first. There will be more later. Chapter 519. 800 punches in one breath. Senior brother Ren and Zhu Qin's pupils constricted as a strong sense of humiliation rose in their hearts. If it wasn't for the bet, they would have killed this young man. Haha. Lin Ling, you're always so domineering. Long Xiaochen laughed. He was grateful because he knew that Lin Ling was helping him vent his anger. Lin Ling was a good friend, but he was a little worried about Lin Ling's decision to bet. Lin Ling, we're going to use a second-grade king-step martial art. It's something you haven't learned before. Are you confident? Do you think you can win just because you're confident? Young man, in the world of geniuses, it's more important to see yourself clearly than anything else. Senior brother Ran said coldly as soon as Long Xiaochen finished speaking. It's okay, but it's not a problem to teach these two dogs a lesson. Lin Ling walked out of his chair in high spirits, which made Long Xiaochen's eyes twinkle. He realized the gap between him and Lin Ling. This young man seemed to never be timid in the face of difficulties and setbacks. He couldn't help but admire Lin Ling even more. The power of your tongue. Wait until you use it before you speak. Senior brother Ren said in a low voice. He was unhappy that Lin Ling didn't put him in his eyes again and again. What martial art did you use before? After arriving at the open space, Lin Ling suddenly turned around and asked. Everyone was stunned. Was this young man here to play? He didn't even know what martial art it was and dared to bet. Void six-gate fist. Senior brother Ren said with an ugly expression. Lin Ling's words were like mocking him. The name is pretty good, but it's too weak. I'm afraid it's barely a second-grade king step. Lin Ling nodded in realization. Previously, he had only glanced at it once, and his mind immediately recalled it. It was the memory of Limitless Sword Saint. Ironically, Limitless Sword Saint already knew this martial art when he was 6 years old. And it was the martial art his father gave him to warm up. However, in the eyes of these disciples, these king stage martial arts were priceless. They even flattered senior brother Ren in order to gain his favor and learn these martial arts. How ironic. I remember it was like this at the beginning. Lin Ling began to display it, but because it was his first time using it, he was a little clumsy. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. This kind of comprehension ability was so bad that he didn't have the face to see others. Even Long Xiaochen from before was better than him. Alas, I'll take your sword. Zhu Qin also shook his head mockingly. The bet is not over yet. Don't be too confident. Lin Ling indifferently said. He had even cultivated the tyrant sword secret art, to the point where he could wield 10,000 swords in a single breath. At that time, in order to cultivate that speed, his entire body was in severe pain for several days, but he still clenched his teeth and persevered. Therefore, how difficult could it be for a mere second-grade king rank cultivator? Gradually, the speed of his punches became faster and faster. The aura of flame spread out, and there was also a trace of the void chi. The mocking voices of the crowd instantly stopped. They were like ducks that had been grabbed by the neck. This young man had actually cultivated the chi of nothingness. It's just a fluke, but you have to punch out 300 punches in one breath to be considered a master. Zhu Qin's heart trembled, but he quickly sneered. Look, his punches are getting faster and faster. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the crowd exclaimed. They saw that Lin Ling's fists had turned into shadows, like a meteor shower falling from the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! Boom! The air was torn apart, and the sound of the sound waves was deafening. Some disciples even vaguely saw that Lin Ling's fists had turned red like soldering iron. That was the result of his rapid punches. How is this possible? He actually reached 300 punches in one breath with just a glance. Senior brother Ren's face became solemn. He was most familiar with this martial art, and naturally he could see that Lin Ling had succeeded in cultivating it. However, that was just the beginning. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. His fists were like moving clouds and flowing water. Faster and faster punches appeared. Gradually, he had cultivated to the realm of great success. 500 punches in one breath. The magnificent frequency of his punches made the crowd feel suffocated. Senior brother Ren's eyes widened, and he roared, "Impossible!" This young man had actually cultivated the Shiwu Six Gates fists to the same realm as him. 500 punches in one breath, is that amazing? At this moment, a disdainful voice came from Lin Ling's mouth. Everyone's eyes narrowed, and an even more terrifying thing happened. Lin Ling's fists turned into shadows, causing the earth to shake. He had reached 800 punches in one breath. 800 punches, what kind of concept was that? In the blink of an eye, 800 punches had appeared. Each punch contained a vast amount of power. If it landed on a person's body, it would be enough to shatter their bones. The open space was silent. All the young geniuses had pale faces. They had previously mocked Lin Ling for overestimating himself, and thought that he was simply a disgrace. But now Lin Ling had used his martial arts foundation to slap them in the face. The martial arts that they dreamed of to Lin Ling had been learned with just a glance. Do you still need me to use 1,000 punches in one breath? A cold voice came from Lin Ling's mouth, causing senior brother Ran and Zhu Qin's faces to become extremely ugly. 1,000 punches in one breath, that was the minute subtlety realm, a realm that even senior brother Ran could not touch. Moreover, their bet was that whoever succeeded in cultivating it would win. At the very least, Lin Ling had not lost. Chi-chi. Without using any more fist techniques, Lin Ling withdrew his fists and stood up. His entire body emitted white smoke, which was caused by the high temperature. As for his fists, they were bright red and extremely dazzling. This scene fell into the eyes of the surrounding youths, appearing extremely dreamy and demonic. I'm sorry, but I haven't lost this bet yet. Senior brother Run, please use a more profound martial art. Lin Ling ignored the shocked senior brother Ren and returned to his chair. He picked up his tea and drank it. Senior brother Ren's whole body trembled, as if he still could not believe what he had just seen. Whether Lin Ling had already learned the fist technique or learned it with just a glance, this was enough to shock him. After all, Lin Ling's Shiwu Six-Gate fists had reached the perfection realm, which was higher than his own realm. It's fake, it must be fake. Senior brother Run, use a more difficult King Realm martial art, or else we will lose. Zhu Qin gnashed his teeth and said. He thought he was a genius, but the blue-white robed youth told him that he was not a genius but a waste. Okay, I will use another martial art. If he can't use it, then he loses. Senior brother Ren said in a hoarse voice. His words made the crowd's pupils constrict. This was very unfair. After all, the condition of the bet was that senior brother Ren would use a martial art. Between Lin Ling and Zhu Qin, whoever could learn it first would win. In the previous Shiwu Six-Gate fist, Zhu Qin did not lose. He had used it, but Lin Ling also did not lose. Moreover, his realm was higher. But now, senior brother Ren said that he was going to use a more profound King Realm martial art. If Lin Ling could not use it, then Lin Ling would lose. But if Zhu Qin could not use it, then he would not lose. How is this fair? How thick-skinned? Is this the power of a moon guard? Long Chen grumbled. Long Xiaochen said unwillingly. He was speaking up for Lin Ling. Chapter 520. Yun Wucheng, it's fine. This stupid pig can't possibly have any profound martial arts. At best it's just some fancy moves. Let him use it. If I can't use it, then I'll lose. But the stakes must be higher. That stupid pig called Senior Apprentice Brother Ren. You have the aura of the sun on your body. Take out that treasure and use it as a bet. Okay. Lin Ling indifferently sat in his chair, as if he was already aware of Senior Apprentice Brother Ren's shamelessness. He didn't care at all. In fact, he hoped that Senior Apprentice Brother Ren would display some profound martial arts. After all, although he seemed to be gambling, the truth was that he was also learning a heaven-step martial art. Therefore, Lin Ling had no interest in learning a low-level heaven-step martial art. On the contrary, Lin Ling was looking forward to learning a high-level heaven-step martial art. As for how difficult it was to learn, with the memories of the Limitless Sword Saint, in addition to Lin Ling's martial arts experience and soul force, most of the 7 profound martial house's martial arts were not difficult. The difficult part was that Lin Ling hadn't seen these martial arts with his own eyes. After all, although he had the memories of the Limitless Sword Saint, that was only a remnant soul. Lin Ling needed to see these martial arts with his own eyes in order to learn them. The aura of the sun, you mean the sun essence stone. Senior Apprentice Brother Ren took out a shining golden stone from his rune bag. At first glance, this stone looked like a block of gold, but only a martial artist knew that this was a sun essence stone. This sort of treasure was relatively rare, but as for its specific effects, there weren't many people that knew. Because of this, Senior Apprentice Brother Ren was very forthright in taking it out as part of the bet. To him, Lin Ling's sword was much more valuable than his sun essence stone. Sun essence stone. Lin Ling's pupils shrank. Because he was a fire attribute martial artist, he was very sensitive to the aura of the sun essence stone. He had guessed that Senior Apprentice Brother Ren had a sun essence stone on him, but he didn't think that he really did. Moreover, Senior Apprentice Brother Ren was willing to take it out as a bet. It had to be known that his first shade True Fire pill required 5 different materials to refine. One of them was the sun essence stone. Sure enough, after wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, he found it without effort. All right, I have taken out the sun essence stone. Can we begin? Senior Brother Ren didn't know the value of the sun essence stone. Instead, he was afraid that Lin Ling would go back on his word and wanted Lin Ling to agree immediately. Let's begin. Lin Ling suppressed the excitement in his heart and took a sip of tea. That calm look made the crowd feel like they were dreaming. It seemed that compared to Senior Brother Ren, this unknown newcomer was more like a senior brother. You'll regret it. Senior Brother Ren walked out, his mind constantly pondering. Since he wanted to win, he might as well use that martial art. Floating cloud steps, a 3rd-grade king stage technique. This martial art was extremely powerful. Once cultivated to the minute subtlety stage, it was said that one could ride the clouds and fly faster than ordinary flying martial arts. Moreover, the minute subtlety stage of martial arts contained the true intent of martial, which was precisely the true intent of clouds. It was said that once cultivated successfully, one could be as ethereal as the clouds in the sky. Even if tens of thousands of people besieged him, he would still be unharmed. However, what he obtained was also an incomplete version. Currently, he hadn't even reached the small success stage and only knew a little about it. Therefore, he believed that Lin Ling would definitely lose. After all, this was an incomplete version. There was only a small step at the beginning, and there were no further steps. In fact, he had been wondering if this martial art was really a 3rd-grade king stage technique. Perhaps it had already reached the 4th grade of king stage. Watch carefully. Senior Brother Ren smiled proudly. An elegant aura filled the air. At this moment he was standing in the same place, but he seemed to have disappeared between heaven and earth. Clouds as elusive as the clouds. The crowd's hearts trembled. This martial art was so mysterious. On the other hand, Lin Ling's pupils constricted as a name rose up in his heart. The soaring cloud steps was a 4th-grade king step martial art. It was one of the Wuji Sword Saint's favorite movement martial arts back in the day. because it was ethereal and unpredictable. It was as dreamy as the clouds, extremely magical. Cloud impermanence. Mist-gathering clouds drifting indefinite. The memories in his mind seemed to be unsealed. Lin Ling's heart began to have illusions. Those were the steps of the Wuji Sword Saint's martial art, which made him addicted to it. The imperceptible realm actually has the true meaning of clouds. Lin Ling gasped and became more focused. Then, without any distractions, he became addicted to it. He walked out of the chair step by step. At this very moment, Senior Brother Ren was still using the floating cloud steps. He had only just touched the threshold of this martial art, but it still filled him with pride. This was because this martial art was incomplete, and he was able to learn the slightest bit of it. This also showed his comprehension ability. A third-grade king stage technique. This should be the first time you've seen a profound martial art in your life. But remember, the more profound a martial art is, the harder it is to learn. If you force yourself to learn it, you will be possessed by the devil. Senior Brother Ren said proudly. He knew that at this moment, there must be many disciples worshipping him. Then he moved slightly and walked in the open space like a cloud. At the same time, he was looking forward to hearing the reverence of the disciples. However, the open space was silent, which made Senior Brother Ren frown. He realized that the disciples were not looking at him. What was going on? His gaze quietly shifted, and he instantly discovered that the gazes of all the disciples were focused on the spot beside him. There was a youth quietly standing there, but the strange thing was that even though he was standing there, no aura could be sensed from him. That's right, even with his cultivation he could not sense any aura. It was extremely mysterious. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and the figure floated up like a wave. Then, like an illusion in the water, it was torn apart, elongated, and gradually disappeared. The fluctuation of the clouds. Senior Brother Ren's pupils constricted. This was his floating cloud steps. Impermanence of clouds. A shocking voice appeared in Senior Brother Ren's heart. The floating cloud steps had reached the completion stage. The elusive aura, the erratic traces, and the impermanence of the clouds in the sky. This was the first step of his floating cloud steps martial art. Fog-gathering clouds. In the next moment, Senior Brother Ren roared again in his heart. He saw the young man's afterimage appear in the open space. It seemed to be 10 meters away, but it gave people the feeling that he was floating on top of the clouds. This elusive feeling made people want to vomit blood. This was the completion stage of the floating cloud steps. It was both real and fake, elusive and elusive. When using this martial art, the enemy would not be able to catch your figure. Sometimes you would be right in front of them, but in reality you would be thousands of meters away. Sometimes you would be far away, but in reality you would be behind them. True intent of clouds. In the end, Senior Brother Ren's heart finally trembled. The young man's aura had completely disappeared. No matter what martial art he used to investigate, the young man seemed to have disappeared from heaven and earth. And the only thing he could see with his eyes was that dreamy figure that was like a cloud. A series of shocks left Senior Brother Ren speechless. After looking carefully, he realized that the one who used his floating cloud steps was actually the young man from before. So terrifying. He was sure that this was the first time this young man learned his floating cloud steps. After all, he only knew half of it. But the young man took a look and filled in the incomplete chapter, cultivating it to the minute subtlety realm. What kind of perception was this? Who exactly is he? Why is that king stage martial art more powerful than Senior Brother Ren's? Chapter 521. You dare to touch me? A moment later, Lin Ling's figure appeared at the table. The tyrannical song sword, the sun essence stone, and the 100,000 spirit crystals were all put away by Lin Ling. This gamble he had won. Not only had he obtained 100,000 spirit crystals, but he had also obtained the sun essence stone and filled in the flaws of his movement martial arts. Now, do you have anything to say? Lin Ling's calm voice floated out from his mouth, causing the entire room to remain silent. Could they still have anything to say? After all, everyone had clearly seen that the youth's floating cloud steps was even more formidable than Senior Apprentice Brother Ren's. Senior Apprentice Brother Ren was the senior apprentice who had given pointers, and was equal to half a teacher. But this youth had surpassed their teacher, so who could say anything? Many eyes even revealed looks of worship. A star guard disciple had surpassed a moon guard disciple. This was simply breaking the rules of the 7 profound martial house. It is said that there is a monstrous genius in this world that has obtained the source of martial arts. They have a photographic memory, and can instantly learn any martial arts. Is he one of those monstrous geniuses? Senior apprentice Brother Ren stood in place. He was more surprised than anyone else. He looked up at Lin Ling as if he wanted confirmation. Is that the floating cloud steps realm, the true meaning of clouds? His heart was suddenly filled with anticipation. He had practiced this martial art for many years without success, but today this youth had actually displayed it. If he could learn the cultivation method from this youth, then wouldn't he have learned it? This martial art is called the floating cloud steps. In fact, it is a 4th grade king step martial art. Lin Ling lightly said. Bang! Senior apprentice Brother Ren's heart shook. His understanding of the floating cloud steps was too shallow. Then where does the true meaning of clouds come from? Senior apprentice Brother Ren asked again. It is in the footwork. Lin Ling gently smiled, causing senior apprentice Brother Ren's body to tremble again. In the footwork, he had only obtained a fragmented section, and the footwork was incomplete. But this youth had filled in the fragmented section and deduced the complete footwork. This was terrifying. This was a true monstrous genius. Senior apprentice Brother Ren seems to be asking the youth. As the crowd watched this scene, they suddenly felt as if they were in a dream. Senior apprentice Brother Ren was the senior apprentice brother, but he seemed to be asking the youth for advice. This reversal of status was extremely dramatic. Teach me. Senior Brother Ren's eyes turned red, causing Zhu Qin's complexion to become extremely ugly. They had suffered a crushing defeat, and that was one thing. But not only was Senior Brother Ren not angry, he was even asking for guidance from that young man. Who do you think you are? You think you can teach just because you want to? When you were high and mighty, you didn't casually teach other disciples. Lin Ling shook his head. Just one sentence and he wanted him to teach. Why should he teach? If this Senior Brother Ren was the kind of senior who was approachable and didn't put on airs, he might teach him. However, from the looks of it, Senior Brother Ren was just a high and mighty person. The crowd of disciples also nodded. Not long ago, Senior Brother Ren had displayed a heaven-tier martial art, but it was mostly to show off. It couldn't be counted as real guidance. If they wanted to learn it, they had to spend all their effort to watch it. But now, Senior Brother Ren had the nerve to ask others to teach him? What is your name? Let me advise you, I am a Moon Guard level disciple. In the 7 profound martial house, I have a strict status. If I kill you, there will be absolutely no one who will object. Therefore, you do not have the qualifications to refuse. Senior Brother Ren's face was ice cold. This was just a trivial Star Guard disciple. If he wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as lifting his hand. That's right, leave behind the sword and spirit crystals. Otherwise you will not leave here alive. Zhu Qin coldly shouted from the side. How could he be willing to lose 50,000 spirit crystals for nothing? He was refusing to admit his loss. How shameless! The youths in the open space all shouted in their hearts. It had to be known that Lin Ling had won both times fair and square. But Senior Brother Ren and Zhu Qin had finally reneged on their debts. It was clear that they wanted to use their strength to bully Lin Ling. Do you still have any face? Long Xiaochen also roared. Only now did he realize how stupid he had been. After all, from the looks of it, this was a gamble that he couldn't win. If you lost, you had to hand over the money. If you won, the other side would use their status and strength to renege on their debts and force you to hand over the bet. This was very overbearing. Is your life more important? Or is your treasure more important? You decide for yourself. Senior Brother Ren ignored everyone's disdain and coldly said. He wanted to see what this youth would choose in the end. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and sighed. What a pity. This youth's perception was terrifying. But he didn't know that in the 7 profound martial house, strength was number 1. So what if he won? He would still obediently lose the bet. My name is Lin Ling. If you dare to touch me, then try it. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling was not flustered at all. He picked up a teacup and drank as he spoke. Lin Ling? Senior brother Ren frowned. He felt that this name was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. But at this moment he didn't think too much about it. With a cold snort, a terrifying aura erupted, and his hand reached out to grab Lin Ling. Although he did not know the soaring cloud steps, he was still able to become a Moon Guard disciple. His strength was naturally extremely formidable. You're dead. Looking at senior brother Ren's overbearing move, the crowd sighed. But Long Xiaoqian was suddenly worried. Lin Ling had been at the 7 Profound Martial House for less than a month. How could he possibly be a match for a Moon Guard disciple? Then they saw Lin Ling still sipping his tea, unperturbed even if the sky collapsed. They could not help but admire Lin Ling's courage. In such a situation, this youth was actually not afraid. Not long ago, the 7 Profound Martial House was recruiting disciples. The 12 Xian Elders, the Sword Elder, and the Great Sun Elder had a bet. They bet that in 3 months I would become a Moon Guard disciple. Today you dare to touch me, that is equal to disrupting the bet between the Xian Elders. Can you afford this crime? After drinking a mouthful of tea, Lin Ling gently placed the teacup on the table. His calm voice sounded out, causing senior brother Ren's pupils to narrow. He forcibly withdrew his hand that was about to grab Lin Ling, and his body appeared in front of Lin Ling. Pa! Lin Ling slapped out. Weren't you very awe-inspiring before? Why don't you dare to move? You are Lin Ling. Senior brother Ren's pupils shrank, and the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. There was finally an impression in their minds. Lin Ling was this year's famous young genius of the 7 Profound Martial House. It was said that he was this year's second-ranked genius, but his courage was extremely terrifying. He did not fear Senior Su Fan, nor did he fear the 12 Xian Elders. He even made the powerful Xian Elders use him as a stake in a bet 3 months from now. This bet was the focus of everyone's attention. Many people speculated that Lin Ling was only a chess piece, and that the real conflict was between the 12 Xian Elders. But a chess piece also had its own importance. How could these small characters move against him? If they moved against Lin Ling, that was equal to disrupting the bet between the 12 Xian Elders. It was also equal to offending 2 Xian Elders, as well as Senior Su Fan. This was a sensitive period. Lin Ling was a hedgehog. Who would dare to move against him? Move against me, I want to see who dares to move against me. Lin Ling stepped forward, his aura magnificent. He coldly stood in front of senior brother Ren, making it difficult for senior brother Ren to breathe. Did he dare to move? Absolutely not. Pa! Senior brother Ren did not dare to move, but that did not mean that Lin Ling did not dare. Another slap fell on senior brother Ren's face. I'll slap your face now. If you don't like it, then move against me. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. This Lin Ling was too arrogant. Not only did he not fear senior brother Ren, he even slapped senior brother Ren, forcing senior brother Ren into a rage, and then killing Lin Ling. However, senior brother Ren did not dare. He could only let Lin Ling slap his face. Oh. Chapter 522. The 8 Heavenly Kings' Good Courage. So this is the Lin Ling that caused such an uproar in the 7 Profound Martial House this year. The crowd's eyes flashed. This youth had come to the 7 Profound Martial House and his name had shaken the entire 7 Profound Martial House. They all worshipped him. In the 7 Profound Martial House, a Moon Guard disciple has a high status and can casually kill a Star Guard disciple. But you are a high and mighty Moon Guard disciple, and I am only a Star Guard disciple. You can casually kill me, so why don't you dare to kill me? Lin Ling said again. Senior apprentice brother Ren took 3 steps back. He was afraid. This hedgehog he could not move. But in his heart anger was boiling. He could only watch as a youth that was inferior to him slapped him, and yet he did not dare to move. This kind of humiliation could be imagined. You are a Moon Guard disciple, so you are high and mighty. You say that the martial hall is not sincere in teaching martial arts, but colluding with others to cheat a Star Guard disciple of their spirit crystals. You are really a disgrace to the 7 Profound Martial House. Lin Ling said again. These words made senior apprentice brother Ren's complexion turn extremely ugly. Then Lin Ling ignored him and came in front of Zhu Qin. Do you really think you are a genius? Don't think that I don't know that you have already learned the six-gate formless fist. But you and senior apprentice brother Ren are in cahoots to deceive others. But after you lose to me, you renege on your debt. Your skin is really thick. Pa! Lin Ling slapped out, leaving a clear palm print on Zhu Qin's face. Zhu Qin's eyes were red, full of murderous intent. Many people's pupils shrank. Some of them knew that there was something fishy going on, but some of the newcomers did not. Now that they heard Lin Ling's words, they knew just how ugly Zhu Qin was. Zhu Qin had deceived everyone, making them think that he was a genius. But compared to Lin Ling, he was nothing but trash. Are you unwilling? You can try to touch me, but I can tell you that if you dare to move, you will die here today. Lin Ling said again. But the word die made Zhu Qin's heart fiercely tremble. Although Star Guard level disciples were not allowed to kill each other, this was only on the surface. After all, there were so many Star Guard level disciples. How could the 7 profound martial house manage them all? If 1 or 2 people died, as long as it wasn't too big, the 7 profound martial house wouldn't care. Especially Lin Ling. This matter was related to the gambling match 3 months from now. If he killed Lin Ling, the 7 profound martial house would certainly not punish Lin Ling. Of course, the most important thing was that he realized that he was no match for Lin Ling. If you don't dare to speak, then I'll take the bet and leave, Lin Ling lightly said. This was telling Zhu Qin in front of his face that he, Lin Ling, was going to take the bet and leave. And that Zhu Qin's status in Star Sea Pagoda wasn't very high. If he had the ability, then come and stop him. Unfortunately, Zhu Qin did not dare. He did not have the ability to do so. Let's go, Long Xiaoqian. No longer paying attention to Zhu Qin, Lin Ling turned to Long Xiaoqian and smiled. Long Xiaoqian nodded. But the two had just taken a few steps when Wan Er's voice sounded out. Big brother Lin Ling, can you take me with you? Yes. At this moment, Wan Er pitifully looked at Lin Ling. Her voluptuous body exuded a seductive color, making one feel as if they were pressing her to the ground and ruthlessly whipping her. The meaning of her words was obvious. She had abandoned Zhu Qin, and it seemed that she wanted to be with Lin Ling. What a cheap woman. Long Xiaoqian, don't you want to slap her 3 times? Lin Ling looked back and disdainfully laughed. I'm too lazy. But she's calling you. You go. Long Xiaoqian shook his head. I'm also too lazy. I don't want to dirty my hands. Yes. Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders and strode away. Wan Er stood in the same place. She had tried to flatter Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had rejected her. He had even wanted to slap her 3 times, but he was too lazy to do so. He was afraid that it would be dirty. Aha, what a cheap woman. You delivered yourself to his door and he didn't want you. Ha ha. The crowd looked at the pale and humiliated Wan Er, and they covered their mouths and laughed. Lin Ling, you have made me lose face today. Although I don't dare to touch you, I will teach you a lesson and cripple you. I don't think the 7 profound martial house will blame us. Ha ha. Looking at Lin Ling leaving, Zhu Qin's face was extremely ugly. He could not swallow this humiliation. Lin Ling, you freak. You actually reached the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. How long has it been? Walking side by side with Lin Ling, Long Xiaoqian was aware of Lin Ling's cultivation. After thinking about the previous scene, he couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Lin Ling had entered the 7 profound martial house with him. Not long ago, Lin Ling had been slightly stronger than him. But in this short period of time, the distance between them had become greater and greater. You've been addicted to it. Lin Ling gently smiled. Long Xiaoqian's eyes flashed. Faintly, he seemed to understand the meaning behind Lin Ling's words. After arriving at the 7 profound martial house, because the atmosphere here was much crueler, he had gradually become addicted to it. He had walked the same path as the other talented youths. For instance, there were some youths who became strong in order to enjoy a sense of superiority. In order to win the favor of a young girl, they had completely forgotten their heart of martial arts. But Long Xiaoqian was the same. He valued honor more than honor. For instance, in the previous bet, because of Wan Er's words, he had gambled, and had completely forgotten why he practiced martial arts in the first place. On the path of martial arts, other than difficulties and setbacks, enemies and opponents, there are also many external factors, such as power, beauty, fame, and so on. Remember, don't let these external factors affect your heart to learn martial arts. Lin Ling said again. I understand. Thank you, Lin Ling. Long Xiaochen nodded. Luckily, Lin Ling had reminded him, so he hadn't taken the wrong path. As the two of them walked and talked in the vicinity of Star Sea Pagoda, the news of Lin Ling's appearance was like a rolling snowball, growing bigger and bigger. The speed at which rumors spread was always the fastest. Lin Ling, this year's second-ranked genius. His strength was average, but his courage was extraordinary. As soon as he entered the 7 Profound Martial House, he dared to offend student Su Fan. He did not fear Great Sun Elder, and even made Great Sun Elder and Sword Elder make a bet for him. Such a youth was undoubtedly very curious. This guy is fishing for fame. In order to become famous, he is willing to risk his life. Haha, what a clown. In 3 months he wants to become a Moon Guard disciple. Does he think he is a monstrous genius? I want to see whether or not he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Without cultivation resources, without the guidance of a teacher, it is impossible to become a Moon Guard disciple in 3 months. So far, no one in the 7 Profound Martial House has been able to do this. In every corner all the geniuses were talking. Then they all walked towards Lin Ling's residence. They wanted to see just how fierce this clown was. There were even many geniuses that wanted to take this opportunity to step on Lin Ling and become famous in the 7 Profound Martial House. At this time Lin Ling's cabin had already been demolished. Sky Eagle and the others were still waiting there. They were surprised to see a large number of talented youths arrive. Moreover, in this massive number of talented youths, there were 5 that were the most dazzling. They were 5 of the 8 heavenly kings of Star Sea Pagoda. 8 heavenly kings of Star Sea Pagoda. This meant that they were the strongest of the star-ranked disciples. They were like heavenly kings that stood above the heads of all the talented youths. In Star Sea Pagoda, they were powerhouses that had reached the 50th floor and above. They were also the most promising to become a Moon Guard disciple. In other words, in Star Sea Pagoda, they were the 8 kings. She continued to ask for guaranteed monthly votes. She was already working hard to update. Every day she would have 4 chapters. Every day she would go to bed after 2 in the morning. Fishy was already working very hard. Writing 4 chapters a day was not difficult, but the difficult part was persisting in writing. Chapter 523. Unreasonably difficult. The appearance of these 5 figures was like a crane in a flock of chickens. Their eyes were indifferent, and they did not care about the awe-inspiring gazes around them. Instead, they were talking to each other. Perhaps dragons did not live with snakes. They had the position of heavenly king, and naturally disdained to interact with lower-level disciples. Of these 5 people, 3 were men and 2 were women. The men were handsome like jade, and the women were like proud daughters of the heavens. I heard that this Lin Ling was dissatisfied with Master Su Fan's decision to not recruit him, so he caused a ruckus during the disciple recruitment ceremony. Those who study martial arts are so impetuous. This Lin Ling's strength is limited. And he arrogantly said that in 3 months he would become a Moon Guard disciple. He is just playing to the gallery. A woman and 2 men were talking, their words full of disdain. At least the 8 heavenly kings had cultivated in the Star Sea Pagoda for a year. Some had even cultivated for 2 or 3 years. They had relied on their battle records to obtain the title of Heavenly King, and were getting closer and closer to becoming a Moon Guard disciple. Lin Ling wanting to become a Moon Guard disciple in 3 months, this was just a fool's dream. That's not necessarily true. He is ranked 2nd this year, so he might have some strength. A young girl wearing a black dress said. She thought that since Lin Ling's name could shake the 7 Profound Martial House, he should have some strength. This girl was tall and slender, with her long hair tied behind her head. She gave off a very capable and experienced feeling. What attracted people the most was her pair of legs, which were extremely slender and straight. Her black pants only reached her thighs, while the lower half of her body was covered in a black gauze that was as thin as a silkworm's wing. The faintly discernible delicate pearly toes were red, giving off a different kind of attraction. But no one dared to look at her legs, because all the geniuses knew that this young girl's leg skills were extremely fierce. With her legs she could move mountains and rivers. The 7 Profound Martial House recruits geniuses every year. And every 10 years a monstrous genius will appear. Lin Ling might be one of those monstrous geniuses. Maybe he has some strength. But that is only in front of this year's newcomers. A young man with an indifferent expression shook his head and said. His eyes imperceptibly swept over the legs of the young girl beside him. There was a trace of longing in the depths of his eyes. The black-clothed girl didn't pay attention to him. She shook her head and didn't argue any further. Whether Lin Ling's reputation was undeserved or not, it would be clear in a moment. That's Lin Ling, the youngster in the blue and white robe. At this moment someone cried out in surprise. Many people looked over and saw Lin Ling and Long Xiaochen walking over from afar. Both of them were very surprised. They hadn't expected that their residence would be surrounded by so many people. Lin Ling, many people have come to see you because of your fame. Someone looked at Lin Ling and smiled faintly, but the smile was filled with malicious intent. Obviously Lin Ling's name had shaken the 7 Profound Martial House, but he was only a newcomer. Naturally many people wanted to see just how great this newcomer was. Lin Ling's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. He was also surprised that so many people had appeared here. But soon he shook his head and didn't intend to pay attention to them. But when he arrived at his wooden house, his face suddenly turned ugly. His wooden house had been torn down, and it was covered with feces and urine. Several figures were standing not too far from the wooden house, coldly looking at him. Lin Ling recognized one of them. It was Huang Lin. I've been waiting for you for a long time, but I didn't think that you would be so famous. No wonder you were so bold and dared to touch my little cousin. At this moment Tianning slowly walked over and spoke in an icy cold voice. He had only just learned of Lin Ling's name, and this made him a little excited. After all, he did not feel any sense of accomplishment from bullying a nameless newcomer. But bullying Lin Ling was different. At least the name of Sky Eagle would spread throughout the entire 7 Profound Martial House. You only have 2 choices. 1. Fight with me, and after you lose, drink this half-barrel of feces and urine. 2. Drink this half-barrel of feces and urine. Sky Eagle's sneering voice floated out from his mouth, causing everyone's pupils to shrink. This Sky Eagle was too excessive. He actually wanted someone to drink feces and urine, and half a barrel at that. This was obviously an old man bullying a newcomer. Haha, interesting. However, some of the talented youths couldn't help but laugh. How could they miss such a good show? Lin Ling's name had shaken the entire 7 Profound Martial House. But if he were to drink feces and urine, then he would become the laughingstock of the 7 Profound Martial House. You came for Huang Lin, but you don't want to ask what Huang Lin did? Lin Ling's face was icy cold. What did he do? I'm too lazy to know. In any case, since you dared to bully my little cousin, then you will have to bear the consequences of my anger. Sky Eagle shook his head in disdain. At the same time, he kicked the wooden barrel beside him and said, Are you ready to drink? Big brother Sky Eagle, wait a minute, I'm anxious. Can you fill the wooden barrel even more? A little brother beside him said, causing the crowd to laugh even louder. But facing this massive amount of ridicule, Lin Ling didn't have any angry expression. He just shook his head. It seemed that after his name spread out, there were many people who wanted to see him suffer. Everyone had their own selfish motives. When facing someone who was more famous than them but had never heard of them, they naturally hoped to see the other party's downfall. However, it was still too early for them to see Lin Ling's downfall. Wait, Sky Eagle, you are only a genius from the Star Sea Pagoda's 60th floor. You don't have the qualifications to fight. I'll go first. At this moment a youth walked out from the 5 heavenly kings. Sky Eagle wanted to say something, but he immediately suppressed himself. He even smiled and said, If Big Brother Zhu Chun wants to teach Lin Ling a lesson, then you go first. I'll wait until I go. In any case, I want him to drink this barrel of feces and urine today. The youth faintly nodded, but his gaze was fixed on Lin Ling deep in his eyes. A surge of anger rippled out. He was Zhu Qin's brother Zhu Chun. He was ranked 8th among the 8 heavenly kings. In the vast sea of geniuses in the Star Sea Pagoda, there were only 7 people stronger than him. This clearly showed how terrifying he was. Moreover, He was 100% confident that he would pass the next Moon Guard disciple assessment. Why did you bully my little brother? Quietly looking at Lin Ling, Zhu Chen's mouth slightly moved, and a cold voice came out. Lin Ling bullied Zhu Chen's little brother. Has his head been kicked by a donkey? The crowd was stunned for a moment, then they were shocked. He even dared to bully the little brother of one of the 8 heavenly kings. Was this Lin Ling courting death? Bully? Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help but shake his head and say, "Then do you know what happened?" He was speechless. This youth should be Zhu Qin's brother. But did he bully Zhu Qin? Not at all, he just couldn't bear to see Long Xiaochen being played. So he saw through Zhu Qin's scam. From beginning to end, he only slapped Zhu Qin once. And that was because Zhu Qin went back on his word. This kind of punishment was already considered light. He believed that if this kind of thing happened to another cultivator who was more tyrannical, that cultivator would have already killed him. Now, this Zhu Chen actually said that he bullied his little brother? What a joke. No need to quibble, no matter how you quibble I won't believe you. Because my little brother said that you bullied him. Zhu Chen shook his head, disdainful of Lin Ling's explanation. Lin Ling frowned and coldly said, I just want to reason with you and distinguish between right and wrong. But that doesn't mean that I'm afraid of you. Don't speak in such a self-righteous tone. Since you don't want to reason, then I don't need to reason with you. Chapter 524. Light Sword Zhuchan. Haha, you want to reason with him? Do you have the qualifications? Do you even know who he is? Humph, he's just a trash newcomer. And yet he thinks he's some character. At this moment, a young man's voice came from not too far away, causing Lin Ling to frown. It's Tong Qianjin, one of the 8 heavenly kings. He once set a record in the Star Sea Pagoda by rushing through 50 levels. Someone said as they looked at the young man. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. This Tong Qianjin was truly terrifying. He had rushed through 50 levels in a single breath. This was the first time in the 7 profound martial house that someone had done so. After all, everyone knew how difficult the Star Sea Pagoda was. Then who do you think you are? I'm talking to him, what does that have to do with you? Lin Ling frowned. This young man had called him trash. Since this was the case, why should he give him face? Who do I think I am? Ignorant. Let me ask you, have you ever rushed through the Star Sea Pagoda? The young man called Tong Qianjin sneered. No. Lin Ling nodded. Since you haven't, then what qualifications do you have to speak? You haven't even rushed through the Star Sea Pagoda. You have no strength. If you aren't trash, then what are you? Tong Qianjin suddenly shouted. Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't understand what strength had to do with rushing through the Star Sea Pagoda. But these people thought they were strong, so they made things unreasonably difficult for him. Facing such people, Lin Ling was disinclined to speak any more nonsense. He slowly took out the tyrannical song sword and said, Your little brother wants my tyrannical song sword. Since you want to help him vent his anger, then let's see who gets the tyrannical song sword. What do you want? Zhu Chen frowned. He didn't understand what Lin Ling meant. Did Lin Ling want to give him the sword to appease his anger? Fight. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling pointed his sword at Zhu Chen, and his cold voice sounded out. Everyone's eyes widened. There was complete silence. This youth that had been at the 7 profound martial house for less than a month actually dared to challenge one of the 8 heavenly kings? Was he crazy? Lin Ling. Long Xiaochen immediately shouted anxiously. He felt extremely guilty because Lin Ling had offended the 8 heavenly kings because of helping him. But now Lin Ling was fighting for him again. Moreover, in his heart he admired Lin Ling. After all, he and Lin Ling had come to Star Sea Pagoda together. However, Lin Ling already had the courage to not fear the 8 heavenly kings, while he didn't even dare to move against them. Long was to challenge Long Lin's to challenge 8 heavenly kings was a 10 heavens dragon king. He couldn't help but look forward to Lin Ling becoming a Moon Guard disciple in 3 months. After all, Lin Ling's growth was too fast. On the empty ground there was still no sound. Lin to Long to help, see Long to help. It had to be known that the 8 heavenly kings were able to stand above tens of thousands of disciples, so there was no need to doubt their strength. Every single one of the 8 heavenly kings was a master of the king spirit realm. And they also possessed powerful martial arts and talent. In these past years, how many people wanted to surpass the 8 heavenly kings and become a moon-class disciple? Every genius that came to the Star Sea Pagoda knew that they had to struggle for at least a year before they could challenge one of the 8 heavenly kings. And that was just barely. Lin Ling, who had been at the 7 Profound Martial House for less than a month, dared to challenge one of the 8 heavenly kings. This was the first of its kind in the Star Sea Pagoda. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. In the silence, Zhu Chen's arrogant laughter sounded out. The other 4 heavenly kings also began to laugh. This was the first time that they had seen someone take the initiative to challenge Zhu Chen. Most of the time it was them who challenged others. You're too arrogant to recognize yourself, Zhu Chen said with a contemptuous smile. Did you give me a choice? Lin Ling's face was cold and indifferent. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was right. This youth had no choice. You are only at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, but I am at the middle king spirit realm. In addition to my martial arts and swordsmanship, you are no match for me. Zhu Chen shook his head, his face cold and indifferent. Although Lin Ling was a newcomer, he had a principle. When he went to battle, he would use his full strength. Clang! His sword also flashed out. It was a blue sword, extremely dazzling and brilliant. Zhu Chen is an exception. His king body is a second-grade talent, but I don't know why it is difficult for him to display the full power of his king body. Afterwards he switched to the sword, and on the path of the sword bloomed with a dazzling brilliance. He seems to be a natural swordsman, Tong Qianjin said as he looked at Zhu Chen's swordsmanship. Obviously, he had fought with Zhu Chen before, and knew just how dazzling Zhu Chen's sword was. The 8 heavenly kings were able to stand above tens of thousands of people. Each one of them had their own trump card and also their own name. Zhu Chen's name was Light Sword. Shua. At this moment Zhu Chen lightly waved his sword. The sword was shadowless and lightless, as if the sharpness of the sword had been hidden. He slashed at a rock under his feet, but the rock seemed to be unharmed after being slashed by him. Light Sword Zhu Chen, he slashed that rock, but the rock seems to be fine. The crowd looked at the rock, their hearts filled with doubt. Did you see that? Newcomer, you know my sword? Zhu Chen said proudly, causing Lin Ling to frown. In the next moment, a gust of wind blew past, and the rock in front of Zhu Chen suddenly shook, and instantly turned into dust. What? Everyone's eyes widened. Under the sword the rock was slashed into dust. This was not caused by the tyrannical spiritual energy, but by the sword. In one breath I slashed out 5,000 times. Such a fast sword, even without the use of spiritual energy, is extremely terrifying. A cold voice floated out from Zhu Chen's mouth, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying sword, the speed of light. Then they looked at Lin Ling's sword and couldn't help but shake their heads. Lin Ling's sword was very big and majestic, but it was obviously weaker in terms of speed. On the other hand, Zhu Chen's sword was only 3 fingers wide, and it was an elegant sword of killing. This was a true swordsman. Are you qualified to play with the sword in front of me? Pear Blossom Storm Sword. Without waiting for Lin Ling to react, Zhu Chen's sword shot out like a storm of pear blossoms. It was so fast that even the shadow of the sword could not be seen with the naked eye. The terrifying sword attack made Lin Ling's eyes narrow. Although Zhu Chen had not comprehended the true meaning of the sword, the speed of his sword was indeed very fast. With this sword in hand and the strength of a mid-stage King Spirit Realm cultivator, there were indeed few who could be his match. Mid-stage King Spirit Realm cultivator. This was the strongest cultivator Lin Ling had fought so far. Soaring cloud steps. Lin Ling's body turned into a floating cloud, making it seem like he was real and illusory. He actually disappeared from where he stood, and the storm-like sword attack pierced nothing. This kid's movement technique is not bad. No wonder he's so confident. Among the 8 heavenly kings, the black-clothed girl lightly said, blindly running is useless. Zhu Chen's sword can be used for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping. Tong Qianjin retorted, his eyes quietly sweeping over the girl's slender jade legs that were wrapped in black silk. Do you think you can escape? Bright Rain Sword. At this moment Zhu Chen's attack had failed, so he coldly shouted, and the sword in his hand became even more terrifying. His sword was very fast, and not only was it fast, he could even control the angle of light, hiding the sword in the shadows. When the sword attacked, it was difficult for the opponent to see it. Lin Ling naturally noticed all of this. He had dodged Zhu Chen's sword earlier because he wanted to see where the mysteries of Zhu Chen's sword lay, and where the difference between him and Zhu Chen was. Chapter 525. Heart's Eye Sword. Is your sword very fast? A cold voice sounded out as Lin Ling's figure appeared. He tightened his grip on his sword and said, "Dripping sword." Similarly, the frighteningly fast sword appeared and disappeared. It was as if not a drop of water could pass through it. It was as fast as lightning. What? Watching the two swords collide, the crowd's pupils constricted. That young man seemed to have blocked Zhu Chen's light sword. His sword is heavier, but it's very graceful in his hand. It's like moving clouds and flowing water. The speed of his sword is very fast. How did he do it? The girl in black's beautiful eyes flickered. Clang! Clang! How can your sword catch up to me? Zhu Chen's pupils constricted. With this young man's sword, he didn't need to fear any early-stage King Spirit Realm genius. Is it only catching up to you? Within the endless sword shadows, Lin Ling's sword was even faster. He slashed out like a storm. His sword was originally heavy and wasn't suitable for fast sword attacks. However, when his sword could reach the speed of a fast sword, then his sword was extremely terrifying. Because at that time the power of a heavy sword could be displayed. Clang! 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 All of Zhu Chen's swords were sent flying. The tyrannical power made it difficult for him to hold the sword in his hand. He shouted in his heart, "Retreat!" Lin Ling didn't follow up with another attack. His cold voice sounded out at the same time. Didn't you say your sword was very fast? Why are you retreating now? Zhu Chen's face turned ugly. Why is your sword faster than mine? When you can swing 10,000 swords in a breath, you can also be faster. Lin Ling said indifferently, causing the hearts of the people around to tremble. How did this young man cultivate to be able to swing 10,000 swords in a breath? Could it be that he didn't get tired? Zhu Chen frowned, but then he laughed. Interesting. It seems that I can't play anymore. What I did before was just a sword technique. I didn't use my king body. Clang! Clang! A tyrannical aura burst out, and Zhu Chen's entire body shone with a dazzling light, as if he had become one with his sword. Rain light physique. According to legend, when the rain falls to the ground, it absorbs light and thus forms a kind of heaven and earth momentum. Tong Qianjin muttered to himself. The rain fell from the sky to the ground in a very short amount of time, but it could absorb light and release the light of the rain. This kind of king body talent was indeed very unique. It seemed that those who possessed it would find it difficult to display its power, but if it was used on a sword, then the sword would be even faster, just like the light in the rain. Torrential rain. Zhu Chen's sword stance quietly changed. He seemed to have disappeared from the world, and a downpour seemed to have occurred. Zhu Chen's body disappeared. He had actually used the indiscriminate sword slash. His body was slashing wildly in all directions like a storm, and the geniuses who were close to the open space suffered one after another. They were hit by the sword, but the most terrifying thing was that they couldn't see the person and didn't even know when they were hit. Furthermore, one person in the east was struck by the sword, but an instant later, another person in the west was struck by the sword. It felt as if both sides were struck at the same time. This was the most terrifying part. Zhu Chen seemed to have formed a sword domain. You will die under this chaotic sword. A cold voice passed into Lin Ling's ears, causing Lin Ling's pupils to shrink. The 8 heavenly kings were truly fierce. With such a sword, he simply couldn't see his opponent. He could only be cut down by his opponent's chaotic sword. Clang! Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a crazy sword slashed at him. Lin Ling waved his right hand and blocked the sword. At the same time, he used the soaring cloud steps to avoid the chaotic sword. However, just as his feet moved, another chaotic sword slashed at him, forcing Lin Ling to use his sword again to resist. The storm-like chaotic sword was simply impossible to defend against. He's lost. I only hope that under Zhu Chen's chaotic sword, Lin Ling will not be killed. Otherwise, the 7 profound martial house will blame him, and Zhu Chen will not be able to bear the consequences. One of the 8 heavenly kings said, shaking his head. The others also shook their heads. They thought that Lin Ling would lose without a doubt. I said that I was just playing around. However, once I get serious, you won't have the capital to be arrogant. Under the endless sword domain, Zhu Chen's murderous voice also spread out. Is that so? But are you the only one playing around? Clang! Clang! After blocking several more swords, Lin Ling's lips curved up in a cold smile. Zhu Chen's sword was truly terrifying, but no matter how fast the sword was, no matter how chaotic the sword was, the one using it had to breathe. There would always be a moment when they blinked, and that moment was when their weaknesses would be exposed. Enough, mind's eye sword. A cold voice spread out in the open space, causing countless people's hearts to fiercely tremble. They seemed to realize that Lin Ling was about to counterattack. Xiao! The tyrannical Song Sword's magnificent sword light slashed out, piercing into the void. At this moment, the tyrannical Song Sword seemed to become even lighter. However, many people saw that the sword seemed to pierce nothing, because there was no one to Lin Ling's left. But at this moment, Zhu Chen was brandishing the sword in his hand, wanting to cut down Lin Ling. But in the blink of an eye, a sword light came from the horizon, instantly appearing in front of his neck. That sharp sword light caused blood to flow out from his neck. At the same time, his body stopped because if he took another step, he might be stabbed to death in the next moment. At the same time, a cold voice sounded out. The moment you blink is the moment you lose. Silence! Silence! In the open space there was not a single sound. Under numerous gazes, the blue and white-robed youth held the large sword in his hand and pointed it straight at Zhu Chen. At this moment, Zhu Chen's face was a bit blank, as if he had not reacted at all. But he did not dare to move. This meant that he also knew that he was under the youth's sword. What was going on here? The crowd felt as if thunder had struck their hearts, causing them to be shocked. Radiant Sword Zhu Chen, one of the 8 heavenly kings, had lost to the newcomer Lin Ling in a competition of swords. What a powerful sword! He had used the moment Zhu Chen blinked to instantly attack, and that moment was also the flaw in Zhu Chen's chaotic sword. This was because when a person blinked, their mind would go blank for a moment. Although the time was very short, not even a breath of time, if a genius with a deep martial arts foundation were to grasp it, that small moment could be fatal. Sigh! The black-clothed girl seemed to be the strongest of these people. After pondering for a moment, she immediately guessed the fierceness of Lin Ling's sword. What, in the blink of an eye, a thunderous sword attack, a fatal sword strike? Sigh! The crowd's pupils constricted. What a terrifying insight, what a fast sword! All of this sounded simple, but how many people could do it? Impossible, how could you break my sword? Sigh! With Lin Ling's sword pointed at his neck, Zhu Chen muttered to himself, as if he still could not believe that he had lost. You believe in your sword too much. A swordsman, a swift and fierce person, although one sword can break 10,000 techniques, one's own flaws must be constantly filled. You only seek merit, not defense, only speed, not stability. You simply do not know how to fight with an opponent. The blink of an eye is a flaw, and you actually did not make up for this flaw. Sigh! Lin Ling coldly said. Then he withdrew his sword and looked at Tong Qianjin. You said before that I had not entered the Star Sea Pagoda, so I did not have the qualifications to speak. But now, it seems that a genius who has entered the Star Sea Pagoda is nothing more than this. Sigh! Chapter 526. You asked my sword. In the Star Sea Pagoda region, the symbol of strength was how many levels a genius had passed through. The higher they went, the stronger they were. But Lin Ling hadn't even gone through the Star Sea Pagoda, so he was nothing more than trash. But now Lin Ling's words were like a heavy slap to his face. So what if he was a genius who had reached the Star Sea Pagoda? He would still lose to Lin Ling. He's only using his sword to fight you. He's given up his advantage in cultivation. If he uses his strength to crush you, you'll still be helpless. Tong Qianjin suddenly laughed coldly. His words were, strength overcomes all three. No matter how high your sword technique is, if your cultivation isn't high, then what's the use? Once your strength explodes, any exquisite sword technique will be broken. Lin Ling was at the peak of the Sky Spirit Realm, but Zhu Chun was a King Spirit Realm expert. This meant that Zhu Chun hadn't used his full strength before, and lost due to carelessness. That's right. If I use my strength at the Mid-King Spirit Realm to crush you, you'll definitely lose. Zhu Chun's eyes narrowed. His previously defeated heart began to boil again. He was one of the 8 heavenly kings. How could he lose to a newcomer? Then you can give it a try. Don't think that you're the only ones with hidden cards. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. This youth had defeated Zhu Chun, and that wasn't even his full strength. Was he still hiding a trump card? This newcomer was too terrifying. Just deliberately mystifying. Who doesn't know what to say? We'll only know after we fight. Tong Qinjin's eyes burned with anger. This youth was looking down on them, the 8 heavenly kings. Clang! Lin Ling didn't waste any more words. He pointed his sword at Tong Qinjin. Instead of saying so much, it was better to fight. Good courage. Yes. Looking at Lin Ling's resolute face, his elegant blue and white robe, and his large sword, everyone's eyes turned dreamy. At this moment the youth was like a god of swords. The sharpness of the sword was displayed on the youth's body. There was nothing it couldn't cut, nothing it didn't fear. This heart of martial arts is so firm. The girl in black also narrowed her eyes. She didn't expect that after Lin Ling defeated Zhu Chun, he would still dare to fight Tong Qinjin. I say, you're bullying me with numbers. Aren't you a bit too thick-skinned? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. You 8 heavenly kings, come at me together. At this moment a cold voice sounded. Then dark clouds rolled in the sky and a huge white skeleton appeared. The white skeleton held a bone sword and smashed down from the sky. Rumble! The earth trembled. A bone sword was stabbed into the ground, shocking everyone's hearts. Beside the bone sword, an indifferent youth with long hair was quietly standing there. What terrifying strength! The hearts of the crowd trembled fiercely. With just one sword they knew how terrifying that young man was. It made them feel as if they were facing hell. Big brother. Lin Ling looked at the newcomer and smiled happily. The newcomer was Di Shirtian. Di Shirtian also looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Then he looked at the surrounding people and his face turned cold. Lin Ling is my brother. If you dare to bully him, you'll have to ask my sword first. Is it you? Rumble. The bone sword was pointed at Tong Qinjin. Tong Qinjin's eyes narrowed. He actually didn't dare to fight. Is it you? The bone sword was pointed at Zhu Chun. Zhu Chun's face also turned ugly. The 8 heavenly kings were like ants, not daring to speak. This made the surrounding geniuses suck in cold air. This Lin Ling's brother was so domineering. Big brother, they are not enough to make me afraid. Lin Ling said with a smile. He also knew that his big brother was strong. After all, the D bloodline originally had the sword bone in his body. Moreover, he was once the bloodline of the house master. So how could he not be strong? I know, but I can't stand them bullying you. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Di Shirtian put away the sword in his hand and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. He treated Lin Ling as his own brother. So, as long as someone bullied Lin Ling, he would immediately take action without any hesitation. This kind of heart made Lin Ling's heart warm. Although he didn't fear the 8 heavenly kings, his big brother also didn't want him to be bullied. He wanted to solve all the enemies for him. This kind of protection had already reached the level of doting. Leave these people to me. It won't be long before I trample all these so-called 8 heavenly kings under my feet. Although Lin Ling was grateful for his big brother's protection, he had his own heart of martial arts. So he would solve them himself. That's good too. But this time I came to say goodbye. I will go out and train for a period of time. I will come back in 3 months. Di Shirtian said with a smile. This was the reason why he came to find Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. In his heart he also had the idea of going out to train. After all, the level of his heavenly spirit origin core was too high. If he wanted to break through to the King Spirit Realm, it would be more difficult than anyone else. So, if he wanted to become one with the core, sometimes he still lacked an opportunity. The two of them talked without restraint. causing the surrounding geniuses to have bitter expressions. These two people seemed to be ignoring them, especially the geniuses of the 8 heavenly kings. Their expressions were even more unsightly. Right now they couldn't leave, they couldn't speak. Instead, they stood there like supporting characters. This Linling's big brother was too strong. He was definitely a Moon Guard disciple. How could they have the qualifications to speak? Linling, next time we meet, let's fight. In the end, Tong Qianjin couldn't bear to stand there like a supporting character and coldly said, "Consider yourself lucky." Linling indifferently replied. If his big brother hadn't come, he would have exploded with his full strength to see how strong this Tong Qianjin of the 8 heavenly kings was. "You!" Tong Qianjin growled. Linling seemed to be saying that if his big brother hadn't come, he would have definitely fought with him today. A newcomer like this didn't fear him. It made his title as one of the 8 heavenly kings seem somewhat undeserved. "I haven't lost the previous battle. Next time, I'll make you prostrate yourself before me." Zhu Chen's anger boiled as he coldly said, "Can your skin be any thicker? My sword is already pointed at your neck. If it were anywhere else, you would already be dead. Do you think there will be a next time?" Linling didn't even look at him, causing Zhu Chen's face to turn red. The surrounding crowd also quietly laughed. They didn't know if Zhu Chen had exploded with his full strength, but he had indeed lost. Linling had already had the opportunity to easily kill him, but Zhu Chen still had the cheek to say that he hadn't lost. If it were anywhere else, he would already be dead. Still haven't lost? To think he dared to say that. A bunch of shameful trash, scram. If you disturb me and my younger brother again, then stay here forever. Sakura overbearingly roared, causing everyone's face to turn ugly. They slowly left with a humiliated heart. "Wait, I remember that you also challenged me. Now let's settle the grudges between us." At this moment, Linling's cold voice suddenly sounded. Sky Eagle originally wanted to quietly escape, but his footsteps paused. His body trembled, and then he said with an ugly face, "I admit defeat." At first he thought that Linling was just a newcomer with a big reputation and weak strength. However, in the previous battle, Linling was already able to threaten the 8th heavenly king Zhu Chen. As for him, he had only reached the 50th floor of Star Ocean Pagoda. How could he be his opponent? So now he was afraid, extremely afraid. Oh, the new chapter was here. I saw the comments and also saw the students who voted. So, even after work I started writing without eating. Today there will be 5 chapters. Chapter 527. Challenging the Mansion Master. You gave me 2 choices before. First, after a battle, if I lose I have to drink that bucket of shit. Second, I can drink that bucket of shit directly. Since you gave me the choice, you can decide for yourself. Yes, Linling said indifferently. You want me to drink that bucket of shit? Sky Eagle's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe his ears. You can refuse. Yes, Linling said coldly. Yes. Sky Eagle's face was extremely ugly. He regretted in his heart. Why did he provoke this Linling for no reason? Now that he had to drink that bucket of shit in front of countless people, how could he survive in the Star Sea Pagoda in the future? All of you together? Yes. Linling said again, causing Huang Lin's face to turn pale. He even looked angrily at the young man beside him. Previously, the young man had taken advantage of his free time to poop in the bucket. He wanted to see Linling drink it, but now, he was actually left for himself. Huang Wei, you pooped the most before. Yes, Huang Lin said furiously. The young man who pooped the most was called Huang Wei. Now everyone had to drink Huang Wei's shit. The most excessive thing was that they pooped and drank it themselves. The more they pooped, the more they had to drink. I don't want to say the same thing twice. Yes. Seeing their hesitation, Linling shouted again. Indra looked at Sky Eagle and the others coldly with killing intent. He didn't care about the rules of the Star Guard disciples. If they didn't drink, he would kill them. Drink. Yes. Sky Eagle waved his hand bitterly. The crowd couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. They were asking for humiliation. Damn it, Huang Wei, you drink more. You poop the most. Yes. The few of them surrounded the bucket with bitter faces. They used their hands to dig out the shit and urine and stuffed it into their mouths. Their miserable appearance made the people around them laugh. Lin Ling also shook his head and smiled. Ugly. Yes. But then everyone went far away. After all, it was too smelly. Oh. On a mountain peak near the Star Ocean Pagoda, clouds and mist drifted, and astral winds howled. Two figures sat on a rock, allowing the astral wind to blow their long hair. But their eyes were fixed on the distant Star Sea Pagoda. One of the young men said indifferently, "This Star Sea Pagoda is really high. Second brother, it's about time for you to explore it." After the young man finished speaking, he took out the wine flask and drank a mouthful of wine. Then, he threw the flask to the young man beside him. The two of them were Lin Ling and Sakura. Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine and allowed the fiery liquid to flow down his throat. Then, he smiled and said, "Currently I should be able to rush to the middle and upper levels. However, since I'm going to explore, I still want to rush to the 99th floor in one go. Otherwise, I might as well not go." "Aha, you have guts. As expected of my second brother." Sakura laughed and rushed to the 99th floor. As far as he knew, there were no more than 5 people in the 7 profound martial house that could do this. However, don't underestimate the 8 heavenly kings. They still have some strength, Sakura reminded. Lin Ling nodded. He also knew that the 8 heavenly kings were not weak. To be able to stand above tens of thousands of disciples, they naturally had their own hidden cards. In the following time, I will go out adventuring and strive to become a Sun Guard disciple as soon as possible. Then I will become a scholar Elder Xian, and finally challenge the martial house master. Sakura stood up and looked into the distance, his imposing manner overlooking the world. Then Sakura turned to look at Lin Ling and said, "Wait until the day I become the martial house master. I will protect you and third brother Dijitsuan. No matter how big the storm, this big brother will block it." Lin Ling's heart warmed, but he curiously asked, "The martial house master can also be challenged?" Of course. The 7 profound martial house has a strict status, but all positions are won through challenges. The martial house master is also born from the 12 elders Xian. Therefore, a martial artist does not fear a battle. If they want to challenge, they challenge the strongest. Only by becoming the martial house master standing at the top can they see further. Sakura proudly smiled. Big brother's goal is too far. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Then he heard Sakura say, "Second brother, your strength and talent are good. Although big brother is stronger than you now, he has cultivated for a year longer than you. Therefore, in a year you will definitely surpass big brother. Since that is the case, why don't you challenge the martial house master? After all, this is the goal of all the geniuses of the 7 profound martial house." Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Challenge the martial house master? His heart began to boil. It had to be known that his heart of martial arts was to stand at the top of the clouds of this world, to look at the world, to be free and unrestrained. If he wanted to reach that height and surpass the 7 profound martial house's martial house master, this was the path he had to go through. If he was inferior to the 7 profound martial house's martial house master, then how could he talk about being free and unrestrained? Moreover, when he could challenge the martial house master, he would stand at a higher level of the rainforest's holy land. At that time, he might be able to find out news about his mother. Good, this martial house master position, Lin Ling will take it. Lin Ling stood up, his eyes resolute as he looked into the distance. His unhesitant words stunned Sakura for a moment, and then he laughed out loud. This was Sakura's brother, bold and unrestrained, not afraid of any challenge. The road of martial arts was as vast as the sea. If one did not have a firm goal, then how could one move forward in this vast sea? Therefore, a goal was very important, and he believed that this second brother of his would surely be able to steer the ship. After going through hardships, he would finally reach the end. At that time, us 3 brothers will soar together to the rainforest's holy land. Sakura opened his arms as if he wanted to embrace the world. His bold and resolute voice floated out from his mouth. Good. Lin Ling nodded. Martial house master, this was his goal. He would definitely reach that height. Of course, he was still very far from that height. This required more effort. His primary goal was to break through to the heavenly spirit realm. However, breaking through to the heavenly spirit realm was easy for other geniuses, but Lin Ling's heavenly spirit essence pill was too high. This made it even more difficult to break through. He needed to become one with the pill. Therefore, Lin Ling also planned to go out adventuring and look for an opportunity to make a breakthrough. Afterwards, Lin Ling told Sakura his thoughts, and Sakura nodded. The two brothers would go out adventuring, and in 3 months they would meet again at the 7 Profound Martial House. Sakura was also looking forward to what level Lin Ling would reach in 3 months. The next day, Lin Ling bid farewell to Long Xiaoqian, and then stepped onto the road of adventure. After he left, news spread out from the Star Sea Pagoda. Lin Ling, this clown, had borrowed the name of his brother Sakura to be arrogant in front of the 8 heavenly kings, but he had refused their challenge. He was simply a coward. This news was sent out by Zhu Chun. Obviously, he had lost that day and had lost all face, so he was trying to restore his dignity. Regarding this news, those who were present at the time naturally did not believe it. But those who were not present were 100% convinced. After all, Lin Ling was only a newcomer. How could he possibly defeat Zhu Chun in a single battle? Chapter 528. Going out to adventure. As for those who were present at the time, they still didn't believe it. After all, they had clearly seen that Zhu Chun had been pointed at by Lin Ling's sword, and could have died at any moment. Whether or not he had hidden a trump card, a loss was a loss. How could there be so many excuses? If this was outside, then he might have died. Thus, Zhu Chun's argument was simply ridiculous. As for Tong Qianjin's challenge, that was because big brother Lin Ling had arrived, so the challenge had been suspended. Although this didn't mean that Lin Ling had won, it also didn't mean that Tong Qianjin had won. But Tong Qianjin had spread rumors that Lin Ling was afraid of their challenge. This was a bit too shameless. Lin Ling didn't know any of this. At this time he was riding a dragon boat, leaving the rainforest Holy Land. That giant ancient tree is so mysterious. I wonder what secrets it hides. Standing at the bow of the ship, Lin Ling looked at the rainforest Holy Land that was getting further and further away. His heart was filled with anticipation. He knew that when he returned, he would definitely become a Moon Guard disciple and sweep through the Star Ocean Pagoda. Lin Ling didn't have a specific destination for this adventure. His only goal was to go to the upper 3 realms. After all, the only place he had been to in this world was the Cloud Domain. He hadn't seen any of the other powerful regions. We've arrived at the Mountain Sea region. Does anyone want to disembark? We've arrived at the High Tripod region. Does anyone want to disembark? We've arrived at the Blue Heaven region. Does anyone want to disembark? The 100 domains were centered around the rainforest Holy Land. The dragon boat slowly moved forward. Every time they arrived at the Blue Heaven region, there would be people shouting. Lin Ling finally disembarked from the boat. He had talked with the martial artist driving the boat and learned that the Blue Heaven region was the upper 3 realms closest to the Cloud Domain. Therefore, he was also looking forward to meeting some acquaintances in the Blue Heaven region. After disembarking, Lin Ling looked up. He saw the blue sky and white clouds floating in the air. This made him feel incomparably relaxed. He didn't know when the pressing cultivation atmosphere at the 7 Profound Martial House had disappeared. The Blue Heaven region, this was a very good place. The realm of Green Heaven was ranked at the bottom of the upper 3 regions. However, one should never underestimate this place, because it had a long history and many ancient warriors had appeared here. Unfortunately, under the long river of history, those ancient warriors had died, but they had left many traces in the realm of Green Heaven. For example, transforming into a whirlpool. Legend had it that the mysterious wonder of heaven and earth was left behind by the battles of the ancient martial artists. It would appear once a year and could engulf thousands of living creatures. Anyone who entered the whirlpool would definitely die. At this moment, in the Iron Soul City in the realm of Green Heaven, the city was majestic and vast. The entire city was built with pitch-black steel. From afar, it looked like a giant steel dragon lying on the ground. TSK, this city doesn't exist in the middle 3 regions. I came from the Lulan region, and this is my first time coming to such a big city. I came from the Cloud Realm. It took me 3 months just to see how wonderful the outside world is. 3 months. If you came from the Rain Sea, it would only take you a few days. Outside the vast steel city, a large number of martial artists were walking and chatting. They came from other places in the 100 territories and were also martial artists who had come out to train. Rain Sea? Other than the geniuses of the rainforest's sacred land, ordinary martial artists are not qualified to ride it. A martial artist shook his head and said, the rainforest sacred land was the center of the 100 territories. It was also the palace of martial arts for thousands of martial artists. Unfortunately, very few martial artists could go to the sacred land. From another perspective, every martial artist who came from the sacred land was the king of the 100 territories. What a beautiful girl! Right at this moment, a cultivator exclaimed in admiration. Behind the crowd of people waiting to enter the city, there were two young girls in the prime of their youth waiting as well. One of them was older. At first glance, she seemed rather ordinary, but if one looked carefully, one would notice that her eyes were filled with intelligence, and one couldn't help but want to take a few more glances at her. Moreover, the girl's willowy waist was very beautiful. If one held it in one's arms, the feeling would be unimaginable. The other girl wore a purple dress. She was younger, but she was like a budding flower, light and pure, giving people a feeling of tranquility. This girl's facial features were devastatingly beautiful. At such a young age, she gave people a feeling of emptiness and purity. In the future, this girl would definitely be a beauty who could shake the 100 territories. The younger girl, wearing a pair of cute deerskin boots, lightly kicked a small stone on the road and muttered, "So annoying, he's still following us." The older girl frowned. His strength is very mysterious, but he doesn't seem to have any ill intentions towards you. Do you really not know him? He seems to be very respectful to you? I don't know him, but he said bad things about Big Brother Ling. He said that a mere youth from the cloud domain doesn't have the qualifications to be worthy of me. That's why I hate him. The younger girl pouted. Her cute appearance made the surrounding martial artists shake their heads and laugh. Facing this agile girl, they couldn't help but want to protect her. Big Brother Ling? I really envy that lucky guy. Some warrior said in a low voice. If Lin Ling were here at this moment, he would certainly be surprised to discover that these two girls were the heavenly concubine and Yu, who had gone out to gain experience. At this moment, the huge steel city gates rumbled and slowly rose up. The city gates are open. Let's enter. It's said that Iron Soul City has first-grade king-step martial arts for sale. There are also many weapons. I hope we can snatch them up. Yes. Everyone entered the city one after another. Behind Yu and Heavenly Concubine, a mysterious person wearing a large cloak also slowly entered the city. When Yu looked back, her clear eyes immediately revealed her displeasure. That person was still following them. In truth, this mysterious person didn't have any ill intentions towards them. However, he seemed to know Yu and asked Yu to follow him back. He even said that Yu was his master. As for this inexplicable experience, Yu naturally didn't care. In fact, when the mysterious person pushed them too hard, Yu even said that if they dared to follow them again, Big Brother Lin Ling would definitely teach them a lesson. However, this was in exchange for the disdain of the mysterious person. This caused Yu to instantly become furious. After all, Lin Ling was like a reverse scale in her heart. If anyone dared to slander him, she would have the impulse to go berserk. Yo! Is this the first time you two beauties have come to Iron Soul City? How about we have a drink? As they walked on the streets, Yu and Heavenly Concubine's unique temperament instantly attracted the attention of many lecherous men. They stepped forward to tease them. The mysterious man in the distance frowned when he saw this scene. Killing intent bloomed in his eyes. How audacious! They even dared to take liberties with His Excellency. He was about to attack and kill those people, but he restrained himself in the end. Little Princess Yu currently didn't know how strong he was. Nor did she know how strong that place was. So, if he wanted little Princess Yu to follow him back, perhaps the only way was to make little Princess Yu suffer some hardships. In truth, the reason why he had been following Yu was very simple. When Yu had left the cloud domain, she had encountered some cultivators who had tried to do something to her. However, at that time, Yu had displayed her innate king body and defeated all the cultivators who had tried to do something to her. At that time, he just happened to pass by and was immediately shocked. Chapter 529. Taoist heavenly in this ancient talent king body could only be found in that place. It was the bloodline of the sparrow race. Moreover, he had heard that a royal bloodline had gone missing in that place. It was just that their whereabouts were unknown, so the matter was left unsettled. But he hadn't thought that after so many years, he would actually be lucky enough to encounter this lost bloodline. So no matter what, he had to bring this bloodline back. Get lost. Facing the provocations of these wastrels, the heavenly concubine and Yu were already used to it. So they didn't say anything and directly displayed their powerful auras. These wastrels were startled, and then they smiled and left. Aya, I hope they can suffer some hardships. The mysterious man sighed in the distance, but he wasn't disappointed. This time Yu could use her strength to intimidate others. But if she met a true powerhouse, she would certainly suffer some hardships. At that time when the mysterious man attacked, Yu would know just how formidable he was. She would also obediently go back with him. What a familiar feeling. It seems that Big Brother Ling is here. Yu walked forward again. Suddenly her beautiful eyes looked into the distance, a bit nostalgic. Lin Ling has only been gone for a month, and you're already thinking of him. He is currently at the 7 Profound Martial House. How could he possibly appear here? The heavenly concubine scratched Yu's small nose, causing Yu to helplessly shrug her shoulders. She unwillingly said, "That's not necessarily true. After all, this is the upper 3 realms closest to the cloud domain. If Big Brother Ling comes out to adventure, he will definitely pass through this city." The heavenly concubine helplessly smiled. He is currently at the 7 Profound Martial House. How could he possibly come out to adventure? And even if he did, he might not go in this direction. As the two walked and talked, they were soon attracted by the various clothes of the girls on the street. At this moment they didn't see that in the distance, a large group of figures was slowly walking towards them. One of them was a middle-aged man with a majestic gait. His aura was extraordinary. He had a square face, and his narrow eyes carried a touch of indifference. "Sir City Lord." As the people on the roadside saw this middle-aged man, they immediately respectfully bowed. The city master of the Iron Soul City, Lu Renxing, was an overlord of the Iron Soul City. He had great courage and a domineering aura. In the Blue Heaven territory he was a rare master. "Is my son coming back?" Lu Renxing didn't pay attention to the respectful gazes around him, as he asked the old man behind him indifferently. "The young master is about to return from the 7 Profound Martial House. Congratulations to Master. This year's 7 Profound Martial House disciple recruitment. The young master has relied on his monstrous talent to become the disciple of the formidable Master Su Fan. Congratulations." Behind him, a man who looked like a butler respectfully said. His voice was not soft, causing all the martial artists on the road to suck in a breath of cold air. To become a disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House, that was a true genius. There were countless geniuses in the upper 3 realms, but not all of them could enter the 7 Profound Martial House, let alone become an apprentice. This Lu Renxing had a good son. Not only that, but Lu Renxing's status as the city lord was even more stable. Haha, spread the news, and have the people of the city congratulate me. Also, I will tell the nearby main cities to have those city lords come and congratulate me. 3 days later, there will be a grand banquet. Lu Renxing's cold face gradually revealed a touch of pride. Obviously, he was very happy and proud that his son had become a disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House. "Master, the young master is about to return. What about the marriage?" The butler smiled again. "My son has returned, and the entire city is celebrating. For the Ouyang family to become in-laws with my Lu family, that is their honor. Even if that little girl of the Ouyang family refuses, we cannot tolerate her. My son's wife naturally has to be the most beautiful woman in the entire city, otherwise how could she be worthy of the title of genius?" Lu Renxing lightly said. The butler also smiled and nodded. The Lu family was like a king in Iron Soul City. They had the qualifications to speak. So overbearing. The martial artists on the street side, they had already heard about this marriage. It was said that before the Lu family's young master had gone to the 7 Profound Martial House, he had taken a fancy to the daughter of Iron Soul City's Ouyang family. But that young lady did not seem to like the Lu family's young master. It was just that the Lu family was too powerful and could not tolerate the Ouyang family's refusal. However, at that time the Ouyang family had opposed this marriage. But now their attitude had changed. Not only did they not oppose it, they even approved it. After all, young Master Lu had already become a disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House. His future was bright. Unless the Ouyang family was stupid, how could they refuse a future powerhouse? Young Master Lu is a proud son of heaven. Only the most beautiful woman in the world is worthy of him. But there is only one beautiful woman. That doesn't seem beautiful. At this moment, behind Lu Renqing, an old man wearing a monk's robe smiled. His eyes were looking at the young girl on the street, and his eyes flashed with surprise. He did not think that he would meet them here. Taoist Master Tianyin, what do you want to say? Lu Renqing stopped his footsteps and coldly looked at the old man. This old man was someone he had recruited not long ago. It was said that he came from the cloud domain. In the cloud domain he was a first-class powerhouse. But he had provoked a strong enemy, so he went far away to seek help. For such an old man, Lu Renqing naturally did not put him in his eyes. But he saw that the old monk's strength was not bad, and he could be considered half a hired thug, so he let him follow him. The cloud domain was an insignificant middle 3 regions. According to what he knew, the cloud domain was the closest middle 3 regions to the blue heaven domain. Taoist Master Tianyin. If Lin Ling was here at this moment, he would definitely recognize this old man. He was the Grand Elder of the Heaven Sound Temple of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. When Lin Ling had entered the palace to kill the Crown Prince, Taoist Master Tianyin had come forward to stop him. But after a confrontation with Lin Ling, it ended in a draw. At that time, Taoist Master Tianyin did not dare to fight with his life, and finally left with shame. Afterwards, Taoist Master Tianyin learned about the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb, and Lin Ling's name had shaken the cloud domain. At that time he knew that if he wanted to move against Lin Ling, he could only rely on the powerhouses of other regions. So, he went far away, came to the Blue Heaven domain, and finally worshipped under Lu Renqing. In his mind, Lu Renqing was an enemy that Lin Ling would never be able to surpass, and his great enmity had been avenged. Ba, this is fate, this is fate. Sir, what do you think of those 2 young girls? Taoist Master Tianyin faintly smiled and pointed to Yu, who was looking at clothes on the street. He remembered that the young girl seemed to be Lin Ling's relative. At present, he had no way to take revenge on Lin Ling, but he could still humiliate Lin Ling's relatives. When Lin Ling knew, he would be furious. When he wanted to settle accounts with him, he would only meet Lu Renqing. At that time Lin Ling would die. What's more, Lu Renqing's son was the legendary disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House. How could Lin Ling compare? Oh, not bad. One gives a feeling of intelligence and the other one is pure and light. Good. She is worthy of my son. Lu Renqing looked at the young girl in the distance and smiled with satisfaction. This sanctimonious Taoist Master Tianyin had good taste. Chapter 530. Fire Poison Fruit Men Capture Them. In 3 days the entire city will celebrate, and it will also be the day of my son's wedding. Lu Renqing shouted proudly, causing the cultivators on the street to sigh even louder. The 2 girls were innocent. Of course they were not surprised. After all, in this world the strong were respected. As long as one was strong enough, they would have the power to make all the decisions. The weak would never have the right to speak. Therefore, the 2 girls could only blame their bad luck for being seen by the city lord at this time. Then, the angry voices of the heavenly concubine and Yu came from the street. However, although they were not weak, they had only awakened their bloodline for a short time, causing their cultivation to be too low. Therefore, they could not stop the cultivators of the Lu residence. As for the mysterious old man in the distance, he frowned and almost wanted to attack, but he held back. Little Princess Yu was too naive and pure. Sometimes she should experience some hardships. Only then would she know the cruelty of the outside world and obediently go back with him. Flowers in a greenhouse indeed had to experience some storms sometimes. Moreover, little Princess Yu seemed to admire the young man called Lin Ling. However, The next scene would make her realize that her so-called Lin Ling was just an insignificant ant in front of the strong cultivators of the upper three regions. As expected, Yu Yu and the heavenly concubine were captured by the people of the Lu residence and brought back. At this moment, outside the ancient city of Iron Soul City, a slender figure was slowly walking over. This person was not old. He carried a huge long sword on his back and wore a blue and white robe. He gave off a pure feeling, but his eyes were extremely strange. If one looked closely, they could not help but be immersed in them. The passers-by could not help but take a second look. They were surprised and said in their hearts, "What an otherworldly young man." Yes, the youth was none other than Lin Ling. He was already a little over 18 years old, and his chiseled face had lost a little of its childishness. Instead, it had gained a little more determination. Moreover, after his sword intent had attained 30%, even though he'd restrained it, the sword intent could still be vaguely revealed, causing him to faintly possess an otherworldly and indifferent aura. Iron Soul City, a giant iron city. Interesting. Stopping, Lin Ling looked at the vast ancient city in front of him and smiled. Then he strolled into the city. The purpose of his trip this time was to relax his state of mind and look for an opportunity to break through, so he wasn't in a rush. Of course, if he was a little faster, he might be able to meet someone he knew. Iron Soul City was bustling with noise and excitement. A large number of martial artists were walking around the city, chatting as they walked. From the mouths of these people, Lin Ling learned a thing or two about Iron Soul City. This place had a long history, and it had a heavenly vortex. It was said that any martial artist who was sucked into the heavenly vortex would become a soul devourer. It would be difficult for them to reincarnate, and they would be trapped forever. Why? The 100 territories were indeed filled with all sorts of strange things. Lin Ling was secretly astonished. He was somewhat curious about this natural phenomenon. This is the upper three regions closest to the cloud domain. If the cloud domain's martial artists go out to gain experience, they will pass by the heavenly stream and the dark forest. Then they will arrive here. Lin Ling muttered to himself again. He looked around, wanting to see if there were any martial artists from the cloud domain. However, he quickly shook his head. Even if there were, he might not know them. Then he continued to move forward. Soon he arrived at the free market. This was a place where martial artists set up their stalls freely. Since martial artists came from all over the world, naturally there would be some natural treasures. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to see if he could find some good stuff. "Young hero, your sword is not bad, but you lack a good scabbard. This scabbard of mine is from the Rain Clan's expert. It only costs 10,000 medium spiritual crystals. Young hero, I have an elixir here that can help you break through to the next realm. What do you think? First grade king level martial arts barter." As soon as he entered the free market, a large number of shouts could be heard. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the so-called treasures were actually very ordinary. "Hey, fire poison fruit." At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. In a stall in front of him, there was a fiery red fruit that looked a bit like a lychee. This was a rare fire poison fruit. It was extremely poisonous, but it was very effective for martial artists of the fire element. Most importantly, this was an essential ingredient for refining the first concealment true fire elixir. "I currently have the fire element jade and the sun essence stone. I only need the fire poison fruit and the dissolving divine mud." Lin Ling walked over quickly. He stretched out his hand and wanted to take the fire poison fruit. However, at this moment a delicate hand was faster than him. It picked up the fire poison fruit in an instant. At the same time, a voice asked, "What is the price of this fire poison fruit?" 1,000 medium spiritual crystals. The stall owner said lightly. Lin Ling sighed in his heart. He was still too slow. In front of him were two young girls. One of them was wearing a red dress. She was about 17 or 18 years old. Her appearance was quite sweet, but there was a trace of worry in her limpid eyes. The young girl next to her seemed to be a maid. She looked quite ordinary, but at this moment, she was looking at Lin Ling with a hint of mockery in her eyes. She seemed to be mocking Lin Ling for being too slow. "Okay, I'll buy it." The young girl in the red dress didn't hesitate and immediately nodded. "Wait, can you give me this fire poison fruit?" I can pay 10 times the price. Lin Ling immediately looked at the young girl in the red dress. He also knew the rules of the free market. Whoever made the first move would get it. So, if Lin Ling wanted it, he would have to ask the young girl in the red dress first. 10 times the price? It's only 10,000 medium spiritual crystals. If you don't have the money, why are you pretending to be rich? Do you think my miss lacks that little bit of money? The young girl in the red dress didn't speak, but the maid next to her suddenly said harshly. The young girl in the red dress reprimanded her. Xiao Ling, don't talk nonsense. Miss, I didn't talk nonsense. I saw this young man with delicate features, but I didn't expect him to be a wastrel. He wants to use this old-fashioned way to get close to a girl. Unfortunately, he doesn't have enough courage. The maid still muttered. She seemed to think that Lin Ling was a wastrel. He wanted to buy the fire poison fruit to get close to her. Mississippi. Lin Ling shook his head. He was too lazy to say more to the maid. Instead, he said to the young girl in the red dress, Your Excellency, I see that you are not a fire attribute warrior, so the fire poison fruit is useless to you. On the contrary, it is harmful to you. I am a fire attribute warrior, so I sincerely want you to give the fire poison fruit to me. The young girl in the red dress wasn't as arrogant as the maid. She nodded, all right, I'll give it to you. Anyway, the fire poison fruit doesn't have to be poisonous. Since you need it urgently, I won't ask for 10 times the price. The original price will be fine. She was very easy to talk to, which made Lin Ling stunned. He had a good impression of the young girl. However, the young girl's words seemed to be saying that the fire poison fruit didn't have to be poisonous. Did she want to die? Moreover, he saw the worry in the young girl's eyes. Perhaps she really wanted to commit suicide. Taking the fire poison fruit, Lin Ling asked, If you need any help, you can tell me. If I can help you, I will try my best. If it was someone else, Lin Ling would be too lazy to pay attention to them. However, he owed them a favor. With his temperament, he would treat others the same way they treated him. Therefore, if he could help, he would try his best to help. Oh, 5 chapters have ended. Asking for tips, asking for monthly votes. I only need a dozen more votes to reach 200. At that time, I will add another chapter on top of the 4 chapters. Chapter 531. Kill. The red dress girl froze for a moment. During this time, everyone had opposed her marriage, so this was the first time that she had heard someone willing to help her. Her heart surged and her face dimmed as she said, I want to marry, but I don't like him and I don't want to marry. Miss, the family is doing this for your own good. What's wrong with Sir Liu? He is a genius of the 7 profound martial house. To be able to marry him is the dream of countless girls. Also, if you want him to help, wouldn't that just implicate him? The maid reprimanded. The red dress girl wanted to say something, but she finally held back. Lin Ling frowned. This maid seemed to think that he was the master, and actually reprimanded the red-dressed girl. At this time the maid coldly looked at him and said, I don't care where you come from, and I have no interest in knowing. But as a person you must know your place. You want to help the miss, but do you have the qualifications to do so? You are just a country boy. Our Ouyang family's matters are none of your business. Be careful that your curiosity will kill you. The maid's voice was cold and carried a thick threat. At this moment she was not a servant, but a superior master. Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He coldly looked at the maid and said, I only asked a question. Your miss did not speak, so what qualifications do you have to speak? Don't forget your status, you are only a servant. You dare to reprimand me? The maid was suddenly angry. If you can't see yourself clearly, then be careful that your arrogance will kill you. Lin Ling's cold eyes stared at the maid, causing her body to tremble. This boy's eyes were very cold. If she spoke any more arrogant words, this boy would attack her. Subconsciously, the maid did not dare to say anything more, but her eyes were full of resentment. The girl in the red dress hurriedly said, Thank you, but you should leave. It's better if you leave Iron Soul City. Iron Soul City isn't as simple as you think. As for my matter, it's good that you have the heart. I'm very grateful. She didn't want Lin Ling to get into trouble, so she quickly left with her maid. After all, in her heart, this kind-hearted young man might have some strength, But how could he compare to her future husband Lu Qing? Lu Qing was a disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House. "You're dead." The maid left with the girl in the red dress, but her eyes were filled with coldness. Before young Master Lu left Iron Soul City, he had told her to watch over Ouyang Shaoqian and kill anyone who dared to approach her, especially those of the younger generation. There was no need to show mercy. With young Master Lu as her backing, she gradually became bolder. Lin Ling must die. When that time came, she wanted to see this young man kneel before her and beg for mercy. After the two of them left, Lin Ling shook his head. Although he wanted to help, the girl in the red dress didn't want to say anything. Moreover, he didn't know the specific process of the matter, so it wasn't good for him to rashly help. Therefore, he could only let it be. I finally got the fiery poison fruit. That night, Lin Ling found an inn to stay in. He was thinking about leaving Iron Soul City and looking for an opportunity to break through. At the same time, he was also looking for the last medicinal ingredient, the godly dissolving paste. I'm only missing one ingredient for the first truth fire pill. If I can gather all of them, my king physique will reach the fifth truth fire pill. At that time my strength will greatly increase. Lin Ling's heart was filled with anticipation. The vermilion bird's flame was his foundation. When it matured, its power would naturally be stronger than sword intent. Xiao. At this moment, a soft sound rang out. Lin Ling could faintly hear a voice coming from downstairs. That young man is staying here. Immediately tell everyone in the inn to scram. This is young Master Lu's order. Today I want that young man's life to stay here forever. The voice was cold and emotionless, but Lin Ling could vaguely make out that it was the voice of a young girl. With Lin Ling's powerful soul force, he immediately realized that the sinister young girl was the maid he saw during the day. That maid actually sent people to kill him. There wasn't much enmity between him and the maid, only a few verbal conflicts. Lin Ling didn't take this matter to heart, but he didn't expect that the maid wouldn't let it go. Because of this loss of face, she wanted to kill him. This girl is so ugly. As a maid, she scolded the young miss. She was stingy, but she wanted to kill him in exchange for her heart's satisfaction. Lin Ling's face turned cold, but soon his lips curved into a sneer. Kill him? Did that maid have the strength to do so? Since you're here, why sneak around? Come out. Come out. After shaking his head, Lin Ling suddenly said coldly, Your Excellency has the nose of a dog. I wanted to give you a surprise, but it looks like I'm going to fail. Come out. Bang. The window of the room broke open and a figure slowly floated in. This was a middle-aged man with the strength of an early king spirit realm cultivator. After entering the room, he saw Lin Ling calmly sitting there and was immediately shocked. This youth was very calm and didn't show any signs of panic. Instead, he seemed to be waiting for them to arrive. Get out of here and kowtow to Sister Xiaoling 3 times. Perhaps you'll be able to leave with your life. Cold. Lin Ling shook his head as the cold voice floated out from the middle-aged man's mouth. If I see her, perhaps she won't be able to leave with her life. But that's fine, I also want to see how ugly her face is. Yes. Under the middle-aged man's shocked gaze, Lin Ling stood up and walked out of the room. The middle-aged man was stunned speechless. This youth was only at the sky spirit realm, but he didn't seem to fear him at all. He even dared to see Sister Xiaoling. Didn't he know that Sister Xiaoling had the Lu Manor behind her, and could cover the sky with one hand? Killing this youth would be as easy as flipping her hand. Outside the inn, 5 figures stood silently. One of them was sitting on a chair. It was the maid that Lin Ling had seen earlier in the day. At this moment, she was holding a cup of snow-eared bird's nest and drinking it calmly. Her Hongyan fingernails moved along with her stirring, emitting a cold and elegant light. She didn't even have the strength of the Earth Spirit Realm, but could summon several King Spirit Realm experts. The reason for this was the Lu Manor. Sir Lu had given her great authority to supervise her young miss. She'd been a bit overwhelmed at first when faced with this kind of authority, but she'd gradually gotten used to the feeling of being above others. When he comes out, don't kill him immediately. I want him to kneel and ask him where he came from and if he regrets offending me. Xiaoling said faintly after drinking a mouthful of snow-eared bird's nest. The streets had been cleared, but there were still many people hiding in the shadows and watching. This wasn't an assassination, but an open and honorable killing. Many people sighed. Who would be so bold as to offend someone from the Lu Manor? He's coming out. At this moment, someone spoke softly in the distance. At the door of the inn, a slender figure slowly appeared. It was a young man in a blue and white robe. He carried a large sword on his back and had an indifferent expression on his face. What surprised many people was that the young man actually walked out of the door. He didn't run, nor did he panic. What courage! Xiaoling frowned. She'd sent someone to invite the youth out. She'd thought that the youth would be caught by the experts like a little chick. But who would have thought that the youth would walk out on his own? The youth was ignoring her. Oh. Chapter 532. On a rainy night on a long street. Moreover, this youth's aura was very cold. It was different from what she had seen during the day. It made her feel as if she had awakened a sleeping god. However, she soon sneered. This youth was only at the heavenly spirit realm. She had 5 king spirit masters on her side, as well as a middle king spirit powerhouse, so why should she fear this youth? During the day you were very proud and even dared to refute my words. Now are you regretting it? Are you surprised that a maid like me has such great power that I can summon a king spirit powerhouse? Maid Xiaoling lightly said as she took a sip of the bird's nest soup. I'm not surprised that you are strong. I'm just surprised that you are so young, but your personality is so insidious. A gust of wind blew, causing Linling's long hair to flutter in the wind. His cold voice floated out from his mouth. You! Maid Xiaoling stopped drinking the bird's nest soup, her face ugly. This youth was at death's door. And yet he was still so stubborn. She coldly said, Tell me, where did you come from? Before I die, I want to know who died in my hands. At least I don't want some nameless person. Also, you have one more chance. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and perhaps I will let you go. Cloud Domain Linling. Linling lightly said. Cloud Domain? Maid Xiaoling was stunned for a moment, and then she laughed. Sir Lu is coming back. And the city lord wants to give him a great gift. My family's miss is one of them. I heard that 2 girls from the Cloud Domain were caught today, and they are even more beautiful than my family's miss. I didn't think that the Cloud Domain, which is so close to the Blue Heaven region, would have so many beautiful women. Cloud Domain girls. Linling's pupils shrank. This was a bit unexpected. He coldly said, What are the names of those 2 girls? Faintly he had a guess. Iron Soul City's city lord Lu Mansion was overbearing and arrogant. His family's young master had entered the 7 profound martial house, and was proud and arrogant. Thus the entire city was celebrating. In order to welcome Sir Lu back, the Lu Mansion had forcibly arranged a marriage, and had even snatched some beautiful women into the Lu Mansion. The girl in the red dress today was probably one of the victims. You don't need to know that. You only need to know that the realm of clouds is like a small city to the realm of green heaven. You have offended the Lu Mansion of the realm of green heaven. Even if the realm master of the realm of clouds is here, you will still have to die. Xiaoling said disdainfully. The Lu residence? I hope it doesn't touch my people. Otherwise, this land will no longer be the Lu clan. I will burn this steel city to ashes. Linling's voice carried a frightening chill. He became worried. Regardless of whether it was a guess or overthinking, he absolutely would not allow anything to happen to his people. At the moment, he already had killing intent towards the servant girl, Xiaoling. This vicious girl must die. As a servant, not only did he not share his master's burdens, he even pushed his master into a pit of fire. Such a person must die. An invisible gale swept out, and the true intent of the sword slowly spread out. The crowd that was secretly watching from afar sucked in a breath of cold air. This youth was so domineering. He actually said that if it was one of his people, he would burn down the giant steel city. But, was that even possible? No one believed the youth. Everyone thought that he was just trying to show off his ability. The servant girl, Xiaoling, naturally didn't believe it either. Her eyes also revealed killing intent. You can talk about that after tonight. Do it. Before I drink the snow-eared bird's nest, I want him to kneel before me. Yes. The 5 King Spirit Realm experts coldly shouted, and a terrifying aura of the King Spirit Realm bloomed. Don't resist. You don't have the chance to resist. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Perhaps you can live. If you resist, die. Cold voices floated out from the mouths of the 5, causing the hearts of the crowd in the distance to tremble. At the same time, lightning flashed in the sky. With a rumbling sound, a torrential rain poured down. Clap! Clap! What a tenacious heart of martial arts. Even when facing 5 King Spirit Realm experts, he still didn't retreat. Kill! At this moment, a bolt of lightning flashed in the sky. Accompanied by a murderous voice, one of the King Spirit Realm martial artists had attacked. 2nd Grade King Step. 7-star Bright Moon Blade. A blade seemed to come from the rain. It cut through the rain, causing a bright moon to appear in the vast torrential rain. What a terrifying aura. They are truly worthy of being from the Liu family. The crowd in the distance found it difficult to breathe. They could see that in the heavy rain, 7 stars were surrounding the moon. This was a powerful martial concept. That youth. Suddenly, everyone looked at the youth standing in the rain. Their pupils shrank. That youth was actually motionless. Could it be that in the face of a powerful King Spirit Realm master, he didn't have the strength to resist? However, this was also normal. No matter how powerful a Heavenly Spirit Realm martial artist was, how could they be a match for a King Spirit Realm martial artist? Unless they were a genius from the 7 Profound Martial House. However, geniuses from the 7 Profound Martial House were rare. How could they appear in the Blue Heaven region? He's drawing his sword, but it's so slow. Suddenly, someone whispered. They saw Lin Ling slowly draw his sword. But this speed was too slow. He wasn't gathering his aura, nor was he using a powerful sword skill. Did he think that he could block the saber of a King Spirit Realm master with just that sword? Clang! At this moment, the sword light was like water, cutting through the rain as if it had come from the void. Shwa! There was a dull sound. The martial artist that had slashed out with the 7-star Bright Moon Blade was about to cut down Lin Ling's head, but a dazzling sword appeared, as if it had seen through the flaws of his martial arts. From the endless saber light, the sword cut through his neck. He could not avoid this sword. Sword of the heart. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. His face was indifferent, and his mind was immersed in a state of indifference and calmness. But at this moment, the third boundary of the fast sword quietly rose up in his heart. Sword of the heart. Through one's powerful martial arts background, one could see through the opponent's moves, and cut out a sword that could break through martial arts. This sword was very frightening. It could be said to be a sword that cut off all means of retreat. After all, if the opponent's martial arts were not seen through, then the one to die would be the swordsman. However, a swordsman fought with his back to the river, and fought to live from the brink of death. Rumble! Under the heavy rain, the first King Spirit Realm cultivator to attack swayed and fell on his back. Endless blood spurted out from his neck, sprinkling on the ground along with the rain, causing the street to instantly turn red. How frightening! The street was deathly silent, killing a King Spirit Realm master with a single sword strike. This youth was so frightening. He's not an ordinary Sky Spirit Realm cultivator. He's very likely a genius. Kill him together. Kill him. The remaining 4 King Spirit Realm cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air, and then shouted coldly. Sword of the Raindrop. Kill him. Allowing the rain to fall on his face, Lin Ling's voice was filled with endless coldness. The sword in his hand became faster and more numerous than the raindrops in the sky. What a dazzling sword! Kill him! The hearts of the distant crowd trembled fiercely. The youth in the rain, his sword was like the heavens. Not good. Shit! A King Spirit Realm expert was just about to use his martial arts when the terrifying sword stabbed towards him. He wanted to retreat, block and counterattack, but at this moment he felt powerless in his heart because the sword was too fast. Chapter 533. Shadow in the Rain Fast, an extremely fast sword strike. When Zhu Chan had slashed out with his sword, he had relied on the speed of his sword to slice the stones on the ground into pieces. But Lin Ling's sword was even faster. Under 10,000 sword strikes in a single breath, The King Spirit Realm martial artist's entire body trembled. Then, as a cold wind blew past, his entire body actually exploded, turning into an endless mist of blood. He had been turned into dust. What kind of sword is that? Looking at the cold youth in the rain, the hearts of the people in the distance shook like thunder in the sky. Caught you. Die. Die. At this moment a cold shout came from the void. An illusion of a scorpion appeared. The scorpion's tail coldly pointed at the youth in the rain, preparing to deal a fatal blow. This martial artist had the highest cultivation level of the 5. Moreover, his innate king body was extremely insidious. It was the black fiendine scorpion. His attack was a finger sharp and poisonous. Most shamelessly, he had used Lin Ling's attack to launch a sneak attack while he was killing the other person. A dignified mid-stage King Spirit Realm martial artist. Not only did he bully others with numbers, he even launched a sneak attack. The Lu estate has lost a bit of face. The people in the distance shook their heads. At this critical moment, could the youth block it? Yes, the youth's sword was very powerful, but could he block it? The expert who had launched the sneak attack also had the same thought. His eyes were extremely cold and his attacks were even faster. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. At some point he even thought that the youth had already died under his finger. The rain continued to fall. The rain fell on his face, causing him to subconsciously close his eyes. But this was very fast. It was just a subconscious action. This small blinking had no effect on the battle at all. But against Lin Ling this was a huge weakness. Heart's Eye Sword. Sword. The sword was fast to the extreme, accurate to the extreme, and ruthless to the extreme. There was no extra movement. In an instant it had killed. You. Sword. The martial artist's scorpion finger had already reached Lin Ling's forehead, but he was still too slow. It was even shorter. The sword had pierced through his forehead, causing him to stand there in a daze, allowing the merciless rain to drench him. But before he died he still said, "So that's how it is." He had thought that Lin Ling would not be able to break through his fatal blow, and he had also wanted to see how Lin Ling would break through it. But now, he saw that it was a sword that did not seem to exist in this world. Mu Wu is dead too. The remaining 2 King Spirit Realm cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. 3 moves, or rather 3 sword strikes, had killed 3 King Spirit Realm cultivators. Just what kind of monster was this youth? Retreat. The 2 of them looked at each other and shouted. Scared, both of them were scared. The young man in the rain was like a god of death, his sword reaping lives. Dance of the Vermilion Bird. Lin Ling didn't hold back at all. His opponent wanted to kill him, how could he hold back? If his strength was inferior to his opponent, the one who would die would be him. So, fleeing when he couldn't win? How could there be such a thing? Gorgeous flames appeared. Under the heavy rain, countless vermilion birds flew out, sweeping towards the 2 King Spirit Realm martial artists, causing their eyes to widen. This young man didn't seem to be strong in the sword. He had other tricks up his sleeves. Moreover, this method was even more terrifying. It was the destruction of flames. Boom! Without any suspense, the 2 of them died even faster because the flames of the vermilion birds were even more terrifying. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, 5 King Spirit Realm cultivators had fallen, causing the street to become even more deathly silent, as if it was hell itself. Everyone's eyes were on the youth in the rain, their hearts shaken. The youth in the rain was covered in flames, evaporating the rainwater and forming circles of smoke, making the youth look extremely dreamy. Have you finished drinking? A voice as indifferent as the netherworld sounded out. A slender figure appeared in front of Xiao Ling, and she was still holding a bowl of snow-eared bird's nest soup in her hand. Previously, she had said that before she finished drinking, the 5 King Spirit Realm experts had to capture Lin Ling. But now, even though she hadn't finished drinking, the battle was already over. In the end, Lin Ling didn't die, but the 5 people she had brought with her had all died. Clang! The snow-eared bird's nest soup in her hand fell to the ground. Her face instantly paled and her body trembled. 5 King Spirit Realm experts, existences that could cover the sky with a single hand, had all died when they surrounded the youth. Kill me. Lin Ling's voice was extremely indifferent. Wait a minute. I'm from the Lu family, you can't touch me? Xiaoling nervously said. You came from the cloud domain, you simply don't know how powerful the upper three regions are. The Lu family is not someone you can provoke. Not only that, but the Lu family's young master is a genius of the seven profound martial house. He is an existence that you will always have to look up to. At this moment, she could only bring up the Lu family to make this youth fear her. Seven profound martial house? I came from there, but it's nothing to be proud of. Linling shook his head and lightly said, causing Xiaoling's eyes to widen. This youth was actually a disciple of the seven profound martial house? Only he came from the tiny cloud domain. How could he be on the same level as the Lu family's young master? They both came from the same holy land of martial arts. As for the Lu family, you already said it before, so you don't need to worry about it. I said that if the Lu family dares to touch my people, they will disappear from this world. Moreover, you will never see that scene again. Linling said again. But this time Xiaoling suddenly believed in Linling's words. If the Lu family provoked this youth, perhaps they really would disappear from this world. She believed in this intuition. After all, this youth in front of her was truly terrifying. Please spare my life, I was wrong. I only enjoyed the feeling of taking someone's life for a while. But I'm still young and don't know anything, so please don't bother. Next time I won't dare to play with you again. Xiaoling knelt down, constantly kowtowing. In front of this youth, the background that she relied on was nothing more than this. Therefore she was afraid. Linling didn't say anything more. He shook his head and turned to leave. At the same time a vermilion bird landed on Xiaoling's body, and a gorgeous flame bloomed, burning her to ashes. Because he was young, he could casually take someone's life? Because he wanted to play, he treated someone else's life as an ant? This statement was laughable. The street was still silent, and only the sound of the rain could be heard. The crowd in the distance looked at the slender figure in the rain, and there was only one question in their minds. Who was that youth? Then they looked at the cold street, and suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction in their hearts. The Ouyang family's servant had been using the Lu family's prestige to flaunt her strength everywhere. Many innocent cultivators in Iron Soul City suffered losses. As long as they didn't like her, they would be taught a lesson. If they retaliated, they would most likely be killed. And now this unruly and overbearing behavior had finally kicked an iron plate. In the end, a servant was still a servant. Using a chicken feather as an arrow, this was just a moment of pride. Without strength, she couldn't escape the fate of being killed in the end. Rumble. In the sky, the thunderstorm soon ended, and only thunder continued to roar. On the cold street, a slender figure slowly walked forward. Those people from the cloud domain, I hope they aren't my people. But this possibility isn't great. After all, Yu and the others should still be at home. But whether or not they are my people in 3 days, I must go to the Lu family to take a look. If they are my people, then there is no need for the Lu family to exist. Sir Lu, a disciple of the seven profound martial house, I want to see just what qualifications he has to be so arrogant. Chapter 534. The entire city celebrates in these 3 days. Iron Soul City, this ancient giant city of steel, was unprecedentedly lively. A massive number of martial artists from the nearby main cities had arrived. Even the city lords of the main cities had come to congratulate them. And the reason was that they wanted to see just how dazzling a genius from the seven profound martial house was. It had to be known that the Blue Heaven region had 28 countries, and Iron Soul City was only the main city of one of them. However, such a main city actually had a genius become a disciple of the seven profound martial house. This was undoubtedly a kind of pride and also a miracle. At this moment, in the Lu residence, the heavenly concubine and Yu were being watched by several powerful martial artists. With their strength, it would be difficult for them to resist. This made them realize just how small and weak they were. They also realized that in the past, Linling had carried countless difficulties and setbacks, constantly growing stronger and protecting them. This process had been extremely difficult. In the room, there was an old man smiling at the two women. Yu didn't recognize this old man, but the heavenly concubine did. This was the highest elder of the Heaven Profound Kingdom's heavenly sound temple, Sage Tianyin. Umitba, this old monk is giving you a marriage predestined by fate. You should be grateful to this old monk. Sage Tianyin lightly said. His face was like that of an old monk, full of holiness and majesty. Shameless. The heavenly concubine clenched her teeth. No wonder she and Yu had been caught by the powerhouses here for no reason. It was that bald donkey Sage Tianyin who had framed them. Isn't it good to marry Sir Lu? Sir Lu is a disciple of the seven profound martial house. His future is bright. Many women want to marry Sir Lu, but they are all coldly rejected by Sir Lu. You have such a lucky chance, and yet you don't cherish it. Sage Tianyin said again. Compared to Lin Ling, Sir Lu is much better. Lin Ling cannot be compared. He seemed to be kindly persuading them, but the truth was that he wanted the heavenly concubine and Yu to be willing to marry Sir Lu. When Lin Ling saw this scene, he would vomit blood in anger. Despicable. You are not Lin Ling's match in the cloud domain, so you fled to the outer realms to curry favor with other powerhouses. Is this the highest elder of the heaven profound kingdom? Shameful. Heavenly concubine coldly shouts again, causing Taoist Tianyin's expression to turn ugly. This was his humiliation. In the past, he was a person of virtue and prestige and was a grand supreme elder. After Lin Ling appeared, he was like a stray dog and became the laughingstock of the heaven mystics' kingdom. Big Brother Ling will come and save us. Bald donkey, let me tell you, from the past until now, everyone who has provoked Big Brother Ling has met their end. You won't be an exception. You will regret it, Yu said with a frown. This old man disgusted her. Sai, in the future you will know my painstaking efforts. As for Lin Ling, even if he knows that you are getting married, he will definitely not dare to come because he will feel inferior when he meets young Master Lu. Reverend Tianyin shook his head and sighed. It was as if he was considering the future of Yu and Yu, but they didn't understand his painstaking efforts, which made him very disappointed. I feel like vomiting whenever I see you. Scram. The heavenly concubine finally couldn't hold it in and said. This bald donkey was very hypocritical. Reverend Tianyin smiled helplessly and didn't intend to say anything else. Just as he was preparing to leave, a stalwart figure appeared at the entrance. He looked at Yu and Yu indifferently and said, It is your honor to marry my son. In this world, apart from my son, who else is worthy of the two of you? The Lin Ling that you are talking about? Kiki, compared to my son's prodigy, he is simply trash. The person who appeared was the city lord, Lu Runxing. You are not allowed to speak ill of Big Brother Ling. Big Brother Ling is much more formidable than that arrogant son of yours. Hearing Lu Runxing's words, Yu immediately retorted. She hated it when people slandered Lin Ling. Lu Runxing let out a disdainful laugh, and naturally didn't put Yu's words in his heart. Lin Ling? Never heard of him. He was just a clown. He then left with Reverend Tianyin, which made Yu and the heavenly concubine in the room turn gloomy. At noon, Iron Soul City became even more lively. The streets and alleys were flooded with people. This was because many people had received news that Sir Lu would return at noon. A genius of the seven profound martial house. I'm looking forward to seeing just what kind of spirit he has. Sir Lu not only returned with pride, but today is also his wedding day. Besides the beauties of the Ouyang family, it is said that there are two even more beautiful ones. I envy him. Fame, fortune, beauty, strength, everything. Sir Lu is simply our idol. At the vast city gates, many youths waited in anticipation. Towards Sir Lu, they greatly admired him and regarded him as their goal in life. Without a doubt, today was the stage of the Lu family's Lu Qing. Xiaoqian, when Sir Lu returns, you absolutely cannot show him a black face. He is not someone we can provoke. Also, if the Ouyang family can form ties with the Lu family, this will be a great help to our Ouyang family. In the crowd, a fat old man said to a red-dressed girl. The red-dressed girl frowned, but as she thought of this old man's status, she finally nodded. This was the head of the Ouyang family. She was just a little miss of the Ouyang family. She simply could not resist. Aya, other people wish they could marry Sir Lu, but you are so unwilling. I really don't understand you. You should think more about your family. The old man tried to persuade her. Owning Xiaoqian's face was gloomy. Perhaps other people wanted to marry Sir Lu, but she did not like him. Could feelings be forced? With a sigh in her heart, she followed the family guards to the city gates. As she was about to reach the gates, her eyes suddenly revealed a touch of surprise. In the crowd, a young man in a blue and white robe was quietly standing there. His handsome face was calm like an ancient well, completely different from the excited youths around him. His temperament was very different. It was as if he was standing at the city gates, not admiring Sir Lu, but simply looking at him. It's him. His temperament is so otherworldly, much better than Sir Lu's. Ouyang Xiaoqian suddenly smiled. This was the young man who had bought the fire poison fruit from her not long ago. However, Xiao Ling did not return 2 days ago. It is likely related to this young man. Now that Sir Lu is about to return, if he knows about this, he will definitely do something to this young man. Ouyang Xiaoqian was shocked and quickly walked toward the young man. It's you. When she approached Lin Ling had already noticed her. He had a good impression of this young lady in red. Hurry up and leave. Sir Lu is about to return. It will be difficult for you to leave. Ouyang Xiaoqian hurriedly said. Lin Ling shook his head and said with a smile, it seems like you don't really want to marry him. That day when you bought the fire poison fruit, you were actually seeking death. So if I leave, you will fall into a fire pit. His words were extremely calm, but there was a strong sense of confidence in them. Ouyang Xiaoqian's beautiful eyes flickered. She didn't know why, but the young man's faint smile gave people a feeling of sunshine, and the calm voice of concern touched her. In the whole city, only this young man knew that she did not want to marry Sir Lu. Chapter 535. Sir Lu returns. Is she very powerful? Lin Ling still shook his head. This young girl was very kind. She reminded him of Yu Yun. In the past, Yu Yun had been forced into marriage by the powerful imperial power. At that time, Yu Yun had also been lonely and pitiful. In this world, the strong were revered. In the face of tyrannical power, the weak would never have the right to speak for themselves. Sir Lu has returned. At this moment, the city gates were in an uproar. Countless youths were boiling with excitement, and even some young girls in their prime screamed. Below the city gates, 2 handsome figures appeared. One of them wore a long blue robe, and his long hair was tied behind his head. His handsome face had a touch of confidence and pride, and he was smiling as he looked at the scene in front of him. He was the pride of Iron Soul City, the proud son of heaven of the Lu family Lu Qing. Appearance, strength, talent, status, and a proud son of heaven. Brother Lu, it seems that your reputation in Iron Soul City is quite good. Beside him was a young boy in a brown robe. His appearance was handsome, and the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned. This smile gave off a strange and evil feeling, and to some young girls who had not experienced much, this smile had a fatal attraction. Since he was walking together with Lu Qing, it was obvious that he was a good friend of Lu Qing, and came from the 7 Profound Martial House. It's just a false reputation. Lu Qing shook his head, as if he was helpless in front of this sensational scene in Iron Soul City. So handsome. Seeing Lu Qing's indifferent and calm appearance, the crowd cried out in alarm. The 2 of them were like the son of heaven on an inspection tour, slowly entering Iron Soul City. Not far from the city gates, Lin Ling looked at the 2 youths. He was not familiar with these 2, but he had heard that they were this year's 7 Profound Martial House's geniuses. So, these 2 were geniuses of the same generation as him. However, the 7 Profound Martial House's recent disciple recruitment was his stage, and he had swept away all of this year's geniuses. So these 2, in other words, he had never heard of them before. Haha, Brother Lu, there are many people who worship you, but this young boy seems to be so nervous that he has forgotten his own existence. At this moment, a smiling voice rang out. It was the brown-robed youth, and his gaze was fixed on Lin Ling. At this moment, all the youths at the city gate were watching from afar out of admiration and worship. Only Lin Ling remained indifferent and continued to watch with Ouyang Xiaoqian. Therefore, for a moment, Lin Ling became the focus of everyone. What a joke! He worships young Master Lu, but he's so nervous that he's even blocking the way. How foolish! Compared to young Master Lu and young Master Lu, they are like toads. Hee, I heard that youngsters nowadays like to carve their idols' names on their swords to motivate themselves. Could it be that this youngster wants young Master Lu to carve his name on his sword? He's so thick-skinned. Numerous voices of disdain sounded out from the crowd. In their eyes, the blue and white-robed young man and Lu Qing were the center of attention, but it was obvious who was a genius and who was mediocre. Lu Qing looked at Lin Ling indifferently and then at Ouyang Xiaoqian. He was a little surprised. Why was the girl he liked with this young man? Was there something fishy going on? However, he might be overthinking it. With his reputation and strength, who would dare to lay a hand on his woman? They were simply blind. Do you want me to carve my name on your sword? Lu Qing looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently, which stunned Lin Ling. He had stayed in Iron Soul City because he wanted to see if anyone from the Lu residence would lay a hand on him. He stood at the city gate and didn't leave because he was different from the other youths. He didn't worship young Master Lu at all. In front of Lu Qing, he even treated him like an ant. That was why he didn't leave. However, Lu Qing said that he wanted to carve his name on Lin Ling's sword. What did that mean? You don't seem to be from Iron Soul City, so you must be from another main city. You've put in a lot of effort just to see me. How about this? 3 days later, come find me and I'll carve my name on your sword. I hope it will motivate you. Lu Qing said with a smile. His handsome face coupled with his calm words caused the surrounding youths to cry out in admiration. Lu Qing was so handsome. Not only that, but that blue and white robed youth was too lucky. He was able to obtain Lu Qing's name on his sword. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He faintly understood what this meant. At this time, Lu Qing had already brought Ouyang Xiaoqian forward. As for the brown-robed youth, he looked at Lin Ling and said, "You are also a swordsman? Unfortunately, you don't know. If you want to obtain Brother Lu's guidance, you must have your own way of the sword. You cannot let your idol carve his name on your sword to motivate yourself. Because such a sword is not your sword. My guidance to you is here, I hope you can understand." As he finished speaking, he indifferently left. It seemed that because he was in a good mood, he had given Lin Ling a few words of advice. And that sentence naturally caused the surrounding youths to be even more envious. This blue and white robed youth was so lucky. He had actually obtained the guidance of 2 geniuses from the 7 profound martial house. Guide me. Lin Ling was stunned. He helplessly shook his head and looked around. He saw that the hot-blooded youths were now following Lu Qing and Ouyang Xiaoqian. Looking at their worshipful expressions, Lin Ling finally understood why Lin Ling, was able to enter the 7 profound martial house and these youths could not. What was the use of worshipping others? The road of martial arts was not for you to look up to your idols, but to surpass them, to defeat them. Afterwards, Lin Ling was too lazy to pay attention to them. He followed the crowd. Right now, he wanted to see just who the 2 captured girls from the domain of cloud were. Bang! Bright fireworks soared into the sky. The entire city was celebrating. Above Iron Soul City's huge square, there was a turbulent flow of people. This cold steel square seemed to welcome endless enthusiasm at this moment. City Lord Lu, congratulations. In the 18 upper 3 regions there are countless countries, but there are very few people that can enter the 7 profound martial house. But today Lu Qing has done it. He has brought glory to my Blue Heaven region. Sir Lu has become a disciple of the 7 profound martial house at such a young age. As far as I know, the 7 profound martial house only recruits geniuses. Sir Lu is truly a proud son of heaven. In time, your name will surely shake the 100 territories. Everyone congratulated him, causing Lu Renqing to constantly laugh. At this moment Lu Qing and the others walked over. The square was instantly silent. At this moment, it was as if they were looking at a proud son of heaven returning with honor. "Father, I'm back." "Father." Lu Qing's eyes swept over the square. He was not surprised at the grand atmosphere but faintly smiled. For this scene he had already guessed. He had returned from the 7 profound martial house. This was the glory and pride that he should have. This boy's temperament is extraordinary. The eyes of the great figures of the main cities brightened. Lu Qing was neither surprised by honor nor humiliation, neither haughty nor humble. They were all satisfied. "It's good that you're back." Chapter 536. Thick Skin Xiaoqian? She was already here to welcome me. Lu Qing faintly smiled. Getting married under the eyes of countless people was also a kind of pride, and he liked it very much. Of course, it's not just Xiaoqian. It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, not to mention that you are a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. Lu Renqing had not yet spoken when a middle-aged man next to him laughed and said. Lu Qing shook his head and proudly said, "Ordinary women are beneath my notice." Yes, although these words were arrogant, he had the qualifications to say these words. "You will be satisfied." Yes. Lu Renqing confidently smiled and clapped his hands. The square quieted down. Under countless gazes, 2 beautiful figures were led out. These 2 women, just by looking at their figures one could tell that they were absolutely beautiful. Everyone was looking forward to seeing under the bridal headscarf. Just what kind of beauty was that? Lu Qing's eyes were also filled with anticipation. Then, a maid took off the bridal headscarf of one of the young girls. Suddenly, a pair of lively eyes appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This young girl's temperament was extremely intelligent. Her facial features were exquisite, and her skin was white. At a glance one could tell that she was a rare beauty. It had to be known that in this world, there were many beautiful women, but there were very few beauties with temperament. Good. Yes. Lu Qing's pupils constricted, and he could not help but say a word. Such a beautiful woman was indeed worthy of him. So beautiful. Yes. The crowd also exclaimed. Then they looked forward to the second beauty even more. Then the bridal headscarf was taken off, and the true appearance of the second beauty appeared. This beauty was very young, at most 16 or 17 years old. But at this moment, she was wearing a red phoenix robe. Her light and pure appearance and temperament immediately caused the entire city to quiet down. This young girl did not seem like she should appear in the mortal world, but should come from the heavens. She was like a snow lotus on an iceberg, and her temperament was otherworldly. Even Lu Qing was stunned. Although this young girl was still young, and had not yet fully bloomed with a woman's temperament, but in time this young girl would absolutely be a devastatingly beautiful woman. But compared to this young girl, Ouyang Xiaoqian, who he liked, clearly lacked that kind of quickness, that kind of temperament. This I want her. Yes. Lu Qing finally could not help but shout. This young girl is like a fairy from the 9 heavens. After the entire city fell silent, many people were secretly amazed. Young Master Lu was handsome and talented, and his 3 unmarried wives were beautiful and charming. Each of them had their own charm. They were a perfect match for young Master Lu, and could be said to be a match made in heaven. Haha, how could they possibly be ordinary women to be able to become my Lu Renqing's daughter-in-law? Today, the 3 of them being able to enter my Lu family is also their fortune. Lu Renqing was very satisfied with the envious expressions of the people in the square. Is everyone in the Lu residence so thick-skinned? They're just toads lusting after swans. How dare they say that it's their fortune to be married into the Lu family? At this moment an icy cold voice rang out, causing the entire city to fall silent. The hearts of many trembled fiercely. How bold! Right now the whole city was celebrating young Master Lu, but there were people who said that young Master Lu was a toad who wanted to eat swan meat. This was simply courting death. Who is it? Lu Renqing's face turned cold. Today was his Lu residence's big day. He did not expect that someone would actually dare to cause trouble and make him lose face. Under everyone's gaze on the cold steel square, a slender and elegant figure appeared. This person was not old. He had delicate features and wore a blue and white robe. He gave people a kind of otherworldly feeling. However, this person seemed to be alone. He dares to oppose the whole city by himself. This young man is really courting death. Many people's gaze focused. They had never seen this young man before. He did not seem to be a famous expert in the Blue Heaven region. Even Lu Renqing's gaze focused. He had never seen this young man before. However, because of this he was even more furious. A jumping clown dared to make his Lu residence lose face. This was simply like plucking the hair from a tiger's mouth. Lin Ling. There were not many people who knew Lin Ling. However, Reverend Tianyin was definitely one of them. At this moment he was both surprised and excited. He was surprised because Lin Ling actually came. And he was excited because since he came, then he would stay forever. Brother Ling. On the other side of the square, Yu and Heavenly Concubine's beautiful eyes were filled with emotions. After they were captured, they had been silently praying for the young man's arrival. Although this was a kind of extravagant hope and the possibility was not high, perhaps the young man's continuous protection made them think that the young man would always be by their side. However, now the young man really appeared. Unfortunately, although they were excited, their bodies were confined by powerful martial arts. Therefore they could not speak at all. Ba. Today is a great marriage. The whole world is celebrating, but you disobeyed the world and broke the marriage. Could it be that you came out to cause trouble because of jealousy? Alas, it's better for young people to see themselves clearly. Although you are jealous, you are not as good as young Master Lu. Therefore you should leave early. I don't want you to die here at such a young age. At this time Reverend Tianyin walked out and looked at Lin Ling with a kind face. Lu Renqing and Lu Qing nodded slightly. This old man from the cloud region was really good at talking. He said that the young man came out to cause trouble because of jealousy. From another point of view, this also meant that Lu Qing was more outstanding, so outstanding that it made people jealous. No wonder he is so bold. It turns out that he can't restrain his lust after seeing a beauty. Unfortunately, he said that young Master Lu is not worthy of the three beauties. But does he have the qualifications to say this? He is not as good as young Master Lu. The crowd started to discuss spiritedly. They looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of disdain. Reverend Tianyin. Ignoring the voices around, Lin Ling coldly looked at the front and said. He naturally knew that hypocritical old man. In the past, the Heavenly Sound Temple was famous for its hypocrisy. As the supreme elder of the Heavenly Sound Temple, Reverend Tianyin was the most hypocritical in the Heavenly Sound Temple. No wonder Yu and the others were caught for no reason. It turned out to be you, bald donkey. Lin Ling coldly said. Reverend Tianyin's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. However, he concealed it very well. He still smiled and said, Your Excellency, even ants drag out their lives. Why do you want to seek death? He seemed to be merciful, but in fact, he couldn't wait for Lin Ling to die here. Moreover, he also knew that Lin Ling would never leave. Haha, I will return this sentence to you. Even ants drag out their lives. It's better for you to hide. Why do you want to provoke me and seek death? Lin Ling laughed loudly, making the crowd suck in a breath of cold air. This young man was so arrogant. He seemed to know that kind old man. When the old man advised the young man to leave, not only did the young man not give him face, he even said that he wanted to kill the old man. What a ruthless heart. In my opinion, he should be killed so as not to make a fool of himself. Cold voices came from all around the square. Countless eyes were looking at Lin Ling. All of them were waiting to watch a good show. Are they all blind? Chapter 537. You're not worthy. You said that it's their fortune to be able to marry into the Lu residence. Is that true? After laughing, Lin Ling looked at Lu Qing, causing a disdainful smile to appear on Lu Qing's face. This young man seemed to be questioning his pride. Ridiculous. However, with so many people watching, even though Lu Qing didn't care about a nobody like Lin Ling, on the day of the wedding, he naturally had to convince everyone. This young man's troublemaking was just a clown show that he had gloriously come here today. Of course, I'm a proud son of the heavens. It's their fortune to be able to marry me. Lu Qing said indifferently. The crowd nodded. How could a genius like Lu Qing not be worthy of those three girls? Is that so? Then why did you imprison those two girls and not let them speak? Don't tell me that this so-called wedding is actually the girls that the Lu residents snatched back. Lin Ling smiled coldly. Snatched back? The crowd was stunned. Their expressions changed, especially the warriors from other cities. It was the first time they heard of such a thing. Those two girls were snatched back. That was ridiculous. Lu Qing, the young master of the Lu residence, who had the title of a proud son of the heavens, actually wanted to snatch back the bride on his wedding day. He didn't want the bride to marry him out of admiration. Sir, don't talk nonsense. Reverend Tianyin shouted angrily when he saw the crowd discussing. I'm talking nonsense? Then why don't you dare to release those two girls? Hee, the dignified Lu residence is snatching openly. The dignified young master of the Lu residence needs his father to help him snatch his wife. How shameful. Lin Ling laughed wildly. Everyone in the Lu residence became gloomy. This young man's mouth was so vicious. With just a few words, he made the Lu residence lose face. Sir, you're misleading the crowd. Reverend Tianyin shouted coldly again. Shut up. You're just a dog. What qualifications do you have to speak? No matter how you hide it, you can't hide the fact that young Master Lu is incompetent. You can't hide the ugly deeds of the Lu residents. Lin Ling shouted aggressively. This young man is so arrogant. He's going to offend the Lu clan. The crowd's eyes flickered. At first, they thought that the young man came out to cause trouble because he was jealous. At that time they were gloating and watching a good show. But who knew that the young man was so sharp-tongued and smart? With just a few words, he caused the Lu residents to be in an uproar. He even completely challenged the Lu residents. Gradually, the square became quiet. At this moment, everyone wanted to see what the Lu family would say. If the Lu family nodded, then that would mean that Sir Lu's future wife had been snatched away. If that happened, then Sir Lu would lose some face. After all, he needed his family to help him snatch away his wife. This would make his reputation as a genius of the seven profound martial house a bit undeserved. However, if the Lu residents denied the young man's claims, how would the Lu residents deal with this matter? At this moment, young Master Lu's face was very ugly. The young man below was just an ant, but he was making it difficult for him to breathe. Come untie them. Young Master Lu coldly shouted. He was a proud son of heaven, so he could not lose face. He could not allow others to say that his wife had been snatched away. Therefore, he had to convince everyone. Moreover, everyone knew that these beautiful women admired young Master Lu. Of course, he also had confidence in himself. After all, he was a genius of the seven profound martial house. Countless eyes looked at Yu and the heavenly concubine. Then, a martial artist stepped forward and used a complex finger technique to release the shackles on the two girls. Sir Lu is a dragon amongst men, handsome and confident. He proudly married them in front of everyone. If I were them, I would feel very happy and would not refuse Sir Lu. Yes, I wish I could marry Sir Lu, but unfortunately, Sir Lu disdains me beneath his notice. Yes. The crowd began to talk, full of anticipation. You are not worthy. Yes. In the silence, the heavenly concubine's cold voice floated out, causing the square to instantly fall silent. Without any superfluous words, there was only one sentence. You are not worthy. The young girl had said that Sir Lu was not worthy of them. This meant that these two young girls had indeed been snatched away. Sir Lu's face instantly turned ugly. Today was his grand wedding day, and he had returned from the seven profound martial house with endless glory. There were countless young boys and girls in the city who admired him, but his bride had actually said to him that he was not worthy. He had lost so much face that he couldn't even show his face. It had to be known that today he was the main character. You and Big Brother Ling simply cannot compare. You are a toad on the ground and Big Brother Ling is the clouds in the sky. You want us to marry you? Dream on. Yu took a deep breath and shouted in a lovely voice. Then, the two young girls quickly ran towards Lin Ling in the center of the square. Big Brother Ling? It seems that those two fairy-like young girls know that youth, and they are very familiar with him. Boom! The crowd seemed to explode. Not only had they determined that Sir Lu's wives had been snatched away, but they were also certain that the two young girls knew that blue and white-robed youth. Moreover, compared to Sir Lu, that blue and white-robed youth was even more noble. It seemed that he had already won the hearts of the two beauties. All of this was very ironic, and it made the Lu residents into a laughing stock. Around the square, many people couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. On the day of the wedding, the two beautiful wives not only refused the marriage, but also ran towards other men. Sir Lu had lost a lot of face. Of course, if it was any other self-respecting man, they would definitely be furious, let alone Sir Lu who had returned with glory. I also won't marry. At this moment, another voice sounded. Everyone looked over and found that it was actually the young miss of the Ouyang family. Immediately, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. The two young girls from before were still fine because they didn't know Sir Lu. However, the young miss of the Ouyang family had known Sir Lu since she was young, and she also refused the marriage. This slap was crisp enough, and it was 3 slaps in a row. The 3 beautiful wives all refused the marriage. Xiaoqian, Xiaoqian. The people of the Ouyang family were all furious, but Ouyang Xiaoqian didn't even look at them. Instead, she ran towards Lin Ling. Although she knew that the consequences of refusing the marriage were severe, her life was only a few decades. She didn't want to live for others, she wanted to live for herself. How could she let others control her life? Moreover, compared to the Ouyang family and Sir Lu, she trusted that blue and white robed youth more. The 3 young girls ran over and stood behind Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling smile and nod at Yu and heavenly concubine. However, his gaze was on the livid Sir Lu. Lu residents, your skin is really thick. You said that it was their fortune to be able to marry into the Lu residents, but now, it seems that they have all refused you. Haha. A faint smile floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, making Lu Qing's face burn. Especially when he saw the 3 beautiful wives standing behind Lin Ling. His heart burned with jealousy. What qualifications did this youth have to be better than him? Chapter 538. A young genius? On the other side of the square, the mysterious old man also looked over. Is that the brother Ling that Lady Yu spoke of? He has quite the courage, daring to come and save Lady Yu alone. However, if he has courage but no strength, he will still lose face in the end and even lose his life. He didn't know why, but he didn't like Lin Ling very much. He wanted to see Lin Ling lose face. Perhaps only then would Lady Yu know that the young man she relied on was just a frog at the bottom of a well. At this moment, the people of the Lu residence all had gloomy faces. Their young master had lost face today, and he would definitely become a laughingstock in the future. Even the nearby main cities would spread the news, and people would laugh at him for being a useless man. Are you done? Lu Renqing's face was extremely cold. Father, let me. At this moment, young Master Lu walked out. He had no choice but to come out. After all, if he didn't say anything, others would think that he was a piece of trash, and even less of a man. Ouyang Xiaoqian and you 2 girls, I don't understand why you 2 are so stupid. Isn't it good to marry me, Lu Qing? My Lu residents will definitely not treat you badly. I will let you 2 become above everyone, and at the same time you can enjoy my reputation as a genius. However, you didn't cherish it, and instead ran away with a piece of trash. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. Young Master Lu stared at Yu and the other 2 girls and said coldly, Can your face be any thicker? Lin Ling laughed mockingly. You said you're impolite. May I ask, before they married you, when did you politely ask for their wishes? Also, don't make yourself sound so high and mighty. Don't even talk about enjoying the title of being a genius. You're nothing but a clown. What qualifications do you have to be proud of being a genius? Not long ago, I met you and you actually said that you wanted to inscribe words for my sword and even gave me pointers. How shameless can you be? As soon as he said this, the crowd was shocked, especially some of the teenagers. They recognized Lin Ling. Not long ago, young Master Lu returned from the city gate. Lin Ling was also at the city gate. At that time, young Master Lu indifferently told Lin Ling that if there was a chance, he would carve words for his sword. At that time, young Master Lu was proud, confident, and calm. At that time, Lin Ling and young Master Lu were standing together. Lin Ling looked like a mediocre person, and it was as if young Master Lu was giving him pointers. Many people still remembered this scene clearly. It's him. That's too much. Is young Master Lu someone he can compare to? Many youths came to their senses, but soon after, disdainful voices rang out. That young man was probably jealous of young Master Lu's prestige, so he came to cause trouble today. So it's you. Looks like I won't be carving any more words on your sword. Young Master Lu also recognized Lin Ling. No wonder he felt that Lin Ling looked familiar. Haha. Lin Ling laughed mockingly. This young Master Lu still thought that since he came from the 7 profound martial house, he could be arrogant in front of him. He sneered and shook his head. There is no need to bother the genius young Master Lu. But if you want to carve words, I will do it for you. I don't care if you worship me or admire me, but today you have gone too far. I will not let you go. If you want to take the three of them away, then you must fight with me, a genius of the seven profound martial house. If you win, you can take them away, and I, Lu Qing, will no longer interfere. Young Master Lu said slowly, his voice filled with endless confidence and dominance. A genius of the seven profound martial house. How could that young man win? But through this young man, we can see just how formidable young Master Lu is. Around the square, many youths were boiling with excitement. Next, they could see the geniuses fight. Lu Qing, a genius of the seven profound martial house. He is at the early king spirit realm and his strength is not bad. Lin Ling is only at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. There is a difference of one stage between them. This battle will let Madame Yu see just how useless Lin Ling is. In the distance, the mysterious old man faintly smiled. But just as his words fell, a calm voice sounded out. You are too weak to fight with me. But if you want to fight, then I will accompany you. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling pulled out the tyrannical song sword and pointed it at Lu Qing. In the cold steel square, a gentle breeze blew, causing his long hair to flutter and his blue and white robe to flutter. At this moment he was arrogant under the heavens. One man, one sword. Blue and white robe, swift and fierce. All around the square the crowd was silent. They had always thought that this youth was nothing more than a clown. But now they discovered that this youth's aura had changed. In the moment that he had decided to fight, he was full of spirit, proud and awe-inspiring, fearless and fearless. He has changed. In the distance, the mysterious old man's pupils shrank. For the first time, he felt that this youth Lin Ling was not simple at all. How arrogant, you actually dare to challenge a genius of the seven profound martial house. Brother Lu, I am a guest from afar, so I will help you deal with this trash. At this moment, the brown-robed youth that had followed Lu Qing came forward. Lu Qing nodded. He was a proud son of heaven, so how could he casually fight? My name is Zhou Xingyu. In the seven profound martial house, I am known as the Star Rain Sword. If you can die under my sword, then you will be honored. Remember my name, Zhou Xingyu. The brown-robed youth wickedly smiled. His hand reached to his waist, and a flexible sword appeared. It flashed with a golden light, like a snake or lightning, blooming with a gorgeous and golden light. A terrifying aura bloomed at the same time, causing all the youths in the square to suck in a breath of cold air. This was truly a disciple of the seven profound martial house. Just this aura alone was enough to make them feel pressured. Before I wanted to guide you, but now I am too lazy to do so. I have no interest in disobedient juniors. A cold voice sounded out. The youth's figure floated up, and a sword seemed to shoot out from the ground, carrying with it an endless murderous intent as it shot towards Lin Ling. Snake. That's right, it was a snake and a king snake at that. Obviously, this youth's sword skill was at least a king step martial art. It looks like it is at least a second-grade king step. The powerhouses that came from all over the main cities had dignified expressions. The seven profound martial house had a deep and profound martial heritage. This youth seemed to be at the early king spirit realm, but he actually had a powerful martial art. Even these middle and late king spirit realm powerhouses of the older generation did not dare to underestimate him. Geniuses came from the youth. This was the exact description of the scene in front of them. Xiao. A brilliant light appeared. The sword could not be seen, but a pair of viper-like eyes locked onto Lin Ling's entire body. Lin Ling did not move. As the viper sword came closer and closer to him, he shook his head and stepped forward. The sword in his hand cut through the void. The sword light bloomed, and the true meaning of the sword gushed out. Shua. The sword light was like water, and with it, a sword fell to the ground. On the cold square, the brown-robed youth's right hand had been cut off. Blood flowed out, and his left hand painfully caressed his right hand. His face was pale. As for the sword on the ground, it was dazzling. What's going on? The crowd stared with wide eyes. Too fast, everything had ended too fast. They wanted to see the glory of the seven profound martial house's genius, but with a single sword strike, that genius' right arm had been cut off. Chapter 539. Guide me? You think you have the qualifications to guide me? A mocking voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the hearts of the crowd to fiercely tremble. A genius of the 7 profound martial house. A nameless mediocre talent. But at this moment, who was a genius and who was a mediocre talent, it was clear at a glance. All of this was like a dream. One sword strike, no one had seen it clearly, but a genius from the 7 profound martial house had been defeated. Not only that, but his right arm had been cut off. All of this had been too easy. It had to be known that this youth was only at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. Many people's pupils constricted. Especially when they thought of the scene at the city gate, they felt as if they were in a dream. It had to be known that at the city gate, the 7 profound martial houses Zhou Xingyu had arrogantly said to Lin Ling, "My guidance to you is here. I hope you can understand." But now this genius who had guided this youth could not even block a single move, and had his arm cut off. All of this was very ironic. Ah! Zhou Xingyu squatted on the ground, emitting a painful cry. He still could not believe that a dignified genius of the 7 profound martial house could not even block a single move. How could you possibly defeat me? He lifted his head and roared. Lin Ling slowly walked over. He did not answer Lu Qing's question but lightly said, "Although the 7 profound martial house is a sacred place, it is only the beginning of martial arts. Just because you have the status of a disciple of the 7 profound martial house, you are so arrogant and self-satisfied. With such an attitude, you will not be able to walk far on the road of martial arts. My guidance to you is here, I hope you can understand." Lin Ling no longer paid attention to Zhou Xingyu after he finished speaking. Zhou Xingyu's pupils constricted. Not long ago he had guided Lin Ling. At this moment Lin Ling was guiding him, and he could not refute it. This was because Lin Ling was much stronger than he was. The surrounding people were also silent. Now they did not dare to laugh at Lin Ling. Instead, they felt that this scene was ridiculous. Zhou Xingyu had wanted to guide others, but in the end he had been slapped in the face. Gradually, only Lin Ling and Lu Qing were left in the cold square. Lin Ling looked at Lu Qing and said, "You're the same. You've only become a disciple of the 7 profound martial house, but you're so arrogant and complacent. When you returned to Iron Soul City, you actually enjoyed the admiring gazes of tens of thousands of people. You simply don't know that there is always someone better than you. And there is always someone better than you. Moreover, I was just passing by, and yet you regarded me as an admirer." Lu Qing's face was ice cold, but his eyes constantly flashed. The youth in front of him was about the same age as him, but he was able to defeat Zhou Xingyu. This sort of genius usually only appeared in the 7 profound martial house. "Are you also a disciple of the 7 profound martial house?" Lu Qing said coldly. "I never said I wasn't." Lin Ling replied calmly. "What? He is also a disciple of the 7 profound martial house?" At this moment the entire square was in an uproar. They thought that the proud sons of heaven of Iron Soul City were Lu Qing and Zhou Xingyu, but who knew that there was also a disciple of the 7 profound martial house? Moreover, compared to Lu Qing and Zhou Xingyu, this youth was more low-key and calm. He did not show off because he was a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. If not for saving those 2 young girls, perhaps this youth would not have shown off his ability. Haha, what's funny is that we were laughing at him before, saying that he was mediocre. As for some of the young boys and girls, they bitterly smiled, feeling extremely ironic. A disciple of the 7 profound martial house. On the other side, Lu Renqing's face was gloomy. Today was his son's stage. But this youth had told him that being a genius of the 7 profound martial house was nothing to be proud of. This was because in Iron Soul City, it was not his son who was a genius of the 7 profound martial house. No wonder you are so arrogant. However, there are countless geniuses in the 7 profound martial house. You are only a disciple, but I am Apprentice Su Fan's disciple. Moreover, I have never seen you at Apprentice Su Fan's place. You should be an ordinary official disciple. Ridiculous, you don't even have an apprentice. What qualifications do you have to be proud? Lu Qing looked deeply at Lin Ling and coldly said, "This year's 7 profound martial house's geniuses were not many that could make him fear them. It was only Zhou Mo Lanfeng Tang Yu and the others. As for the other geniuses, they did not have the qualifications to become Apprentice Su Fan's disciple. and had been forced to become an official disciple. In the hearts of these geniuses who had the guidance of an apprentice, official disciples were nothing in their eyes. I'm proud? Your face is really thick. Lin Ling could not help but laugh. Lu Qing had actually said that he was Lin Ling, proud and complacent. But he had forgotten that when he had returned to Iron Soul City, he had enjoyed that feeling of superiority. However, Lin Ling was disinclined to say anything more. Apprentice Su Fan's disciple? Is he very fierce? You will know. Lu Qing confidently nodded. If he could become Su Fan's disciple, he naturally had his own capital. Perhaps during the recruitment, he was not the strongest, but under apprentice Su Fan's guidance, he believed that he had already surpassed many geniuses. Qing, he humiliated you and stole your fiancé. Use your strength and end his life. From far away, Lu Renqing's voice sounded out, causing many people's pupils to shrink. Lu Qing wanted to kill that youth. Lu Qing was the disciple of a powerful apprentice of the Seven Profound Martial House. Although that youth was also a disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House, he obviously did not have the qualifications to be recruited by an apprentice. So who was strong and who was weak, it was clear at a glance. Both of them are geniuses of the Seven Profound Martial House. I wonder who is more fierce. Many young boys and girls muttered to themselves. Many people had an intuition that this battle would be incomparably fierce. Will he win? If he wins, then we will be free. Ouyang Xiaoqian nervously looked at the square. In fact, she was also very surprised that Lin Ling could reach this step. It had to be known that at the beginning, she was afraid that Lin Ling would be killed by Zhou Xingyu. Big brother Ling will win, Yu said with a smile. Although she did not know how Lin Ling was doing in the Seven Profound Martial House, she had complete confidence in Lin Ling. Madam Yu, that is not necessarily true. You must know that before entering the Seven Profound Martial House, there are some geniuses that are indeed strong. But after entering the Seven Profound Martial House, without the guidance of an apprentice, it is difficult for them to escape the fate of decline. At this moment behind Yu, a mysterious old man appeared. He lightly said, "You're sick." Yu did not look at the old man. She remembered that this old man had treated her as an adult, but when she was in danger, he had not helped her. It was Big Brother Ling who had saved her. The mysterious old man helplessly shook his head. Just as he was about to say something, Lu Qing's voice came from the square. I admit that I underestimated you. You have the qualifications to steal my woman, but that is only the qualifications. With so many eyes watching, let's see who will have the last laugh between you and me. So use your full strength. Lu Qing proudly looked at Lin Ling. He had already lost face several times, so in order to regain his dignity, he could only use his tyrannical strength to defeat Lin Ling. Only then could he wash away his shame. Chapter 540. My women, I will protect them. After a proud smile appeared on Lu Qing's face, he looked at Yu and the other two girls in the distance, his eyes filled with a domineering intent. In front of his three beautiful wives, he would prove that he was a genius. Full strength. Lin Ling also looked at Yu and the other two girls in the distance. He saw that Yu's delicate face was smiling. This was a smile that said that even if the heavens fell and the earth cracked, she would always believe in Lin Ling. Although the heavenly concubine was also smiling, her smile was a bit forced, and there was a trace of worry in it. They all seemed to be worried about Lin Ling. After all, they didn't know how Lin Ling was doing in the Seven Profound Martial House. Closing his eyes, Lin Ling let out a light breath. Since they were worried about him, then he would let them see how he was doing in the Seven Profound Martial House. At least he would let them feel at ease. Opening his eyes, Lin Ling faintly smiled. My women, I will protect them. These soft words caused Yu's smile to become even more brilliant. That smile was enough to turn all living beings upside down. At this moment her heart was filled with sweetness. Lin Ling had said that she, Yu, was Lin Ling's woman in front of so many people. It was not like before, when he said that she was his relative. This bastard, when did I become his woman? The heavenly concubine's face flushed red. She curled her lips as she spoke, but she was also touched in her heart. This was the third time that this youth had saved her. He was like a calm harbor, forever giving her a peaceful haven. Ouyang Xiaoqian also blushed. Although she realized that the youth wasn't talking about her, she still had an indescribable feeling. "You're women." Lu Qing's breathing became heavy. This youth in front of him was very overbearing. He had said that the three girls were his women in front of him. Where did this youth's confidence come from? He was about to speak, but at this time Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded out once more. "So what if I have an apprentice to guide me? You won't be able to block even one of my attacks." Under countless gazes, Lin Ling raised his sword and pointed it at Lu Qing from a distance. His blue and white robe fluttered as he spoke, looking indescribably mighty. What courage! Another move! The crowd's hearts trembled fiercely. This young man was so frivolous. In order to protect his woman, he domineeringly defeated a strong enemy with a single move. One had to know that Lu Qing was an even stronger genius than Zhou Xingyu. "In your dreams!" Lu Qing roared and a terrifying aura burst out, causing the square to shake. The most dazzling thing was that he actually had a second-grade talent, the King Body. "My King Physique is the fire attribute 6-6 Extreme Flames, and the martial art I'm using right now is the Extreme Flames Qilin Palm, a third-grade King-level martial art. This is a martial art that my master taught me specifically for my King Physique. It's a martial art domain that you will never understand." Flames burst out from Lu Qing's body. They were yellow flames that seemed to melt a lot of the steel square. And in his palm the illusion of an ancient Qilin appeared. Its aura was vast and ancient. What a powerful fire! What a terrifying martial art! The hearts of the people around the square trembled fiercely. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel a terrifying flame energy. It was the Qilin's fire. Some of the more knowledgeable martial artists even speculated that the King-grade martial skill seemed to be able to display Lu Qing's King Physique talent to the extreme. With the two complementing each other, the power of the King-grade martial skill had more than doubled. Perhaps Lu Qing's King Physique had already reached the third grade. "Your woman, do you think you can protect her?" Lu Qing sneered. He took a step forward, and his palm was covered in endless flames as it slammed towards Lin Ling. "Playing with fire?" Lin Ling's lips curled up. He was a little surprised by Lu Qing's king-level martial art. After all, third-grade king-level martial arts were indeed rare in the Star Ocean Pagoda. This Lu Qing was indeed worthy of being taught by Su Fan. However, playing with fire against Lin Ling? Did he have the qualifications? Rumble! The fiery Qilin's giant palm slammed down. A fiery Qilin galloped on the square, causing the entire square to shake violently. And in front of the fiery Qilin, Lin Ling stood quietly without moving. Then with a bang the Qilin seemed to collide with Lin Ling. He didn't swing his sword. The crowd was shocked as they stared at this scene. They gulped. That blue-white robed youth, had he died? Playing with fire. "I am your ancestor." At this moment a cold voice sounded out. Under countless gazes the fiery Qilin was blocked by a hand. This hand was not large, but it pressed down on the Qilin's head, causing the Qilin's nostrils to constantly spit out smoke. Behind the fiery Qilin, Lu Qing maintained his posture, but his eyes widened. His move had been blocked. He looked up and saw that the youth in front of him had an indifferent expression. The corners of his mouth were curled up in a disdainful smile. That's right, it was disdain. In fact, Lin Ling had several ways to easily defeat Lu Qing. But he did not choose to do so. Instead, he planned to use the vermilion bird's flames. This was because his family was watching him. He did not want them to worry, and he wanted them to know that his life in the Seven Profound Martial House was not miserable. Therefore, he wanted to show his pride and use his absolute strength to defeat this disciple of Master Su Fan. At the same time, he wanted to tell everyone present that no one could steal Lin Ling's woman. "You are too weak." A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Lu Qing's complexion to instantly change. Bang! An even more terrifying flame erupted from Lin Ling's body, blooming like fireworks. In that billowing flame a blazing vermilion bird appeared, constantly circling around Lin Ling. Behind Lin Ling grew a pair of vermilion bird wings. At this moment, he was like a god of fire, dazzling and overbearing. What kind of innate king body is this? Looking at that aura, it must be at least a fourth grade. Vermilion Bird's flames? A terrifying flame aura erupted, causing all the powerhouses in the square to stand up. Their complexions changed dramatically. Even they felt a sense of fear and trepidation at this moment. This flame. Lu Qing's mouth was wide open. He was very familiar with this flame. He had definitely seen it before. But why hadn't he seen this youth in the camp of Master Su Fan's disciples? You dare to steal my woman? Lin Ling's lips curved up in a cold smile. He took a step forward, letting go of Lu Qing's hand and punching out with his fist. Bang! The fiery fist smashed into Lu Qing's stomach, causing him to bend over like a shrimp. Then he was unable to control the terrifying strength, and his body flew backwards, smashing into the ground. Blood spurted out, falling to the ground like a dazzling flower. Although Lu Qing was an early King Spirit Realm martial artist, and not just an ordinary one, after reaching the peak of the Heavenly Spirit Realm, Lin Ling could completely sweep away those at the early King Spirit Realm. Whether it was an ordinary martial artist or a genius, he did not fear them. Sir Lu, you've lost. You couldn't even block a single move. Looking at the figure on the ground, the entire Iron Soul City fell silent. This result was beyond the imagination of countless people. It was still a single move. There was no entanglement, no intense collision, just one move, and the proud son of heaven Lu Qing had been defeated. His Qilin flames were immediately extinguished in the face of the youth's vermilion bird flames, like a stray dog. Everything was as the youth had said. Playing with fire? I am your ancestor. Chapter 541. The light of a grain of rice innate king body. The grade is absolutely not low. Wow! The crowd found it difficult to describe the shock in their hearts. Perhaps the word monstrous would be more appropriate. You followed Su Fan for a month and you're still so weak? Sigh. Lin Ling's wings unfolded behind him, and he flew forward like a magnificent vermilion bird. When he arrived in front of Lu Qing's face was incomparably pale. Only a single voice echoed in his mind. Could it be him? At the same time, on the other side, Zhou Xingyu's face was also pale. After Lin Ling had revealed his innate king body, he had also reacted. In this year's 7 Profound Martial House Disciple recruitment, there was an extremely terrifying monstrous talent. He did not fear Su Fan, and even caused the Great Sun Elder and the Sword Elder to make a bet. And that monstrous talent was called Lin Ling. It had to be known that after becoming Su Fan's disciple, he no longer placed many geniuses in his eyes. The only ones that could make him dread were the disciples of the various great teachers, and this did not include the official disciples. Therefore, when Lin Ling appeared, he simply did not place him in his eyes. Moreover, from beginning to end, he did not know that this youth's name was Lin Ling. He only vaguely heard you call him Big Brother Ling. And now they had challenged this year's second-ranked genius. What was even more ridiculous was that they were Su Fan's disciples, and wanted to guide Lin Ling. However, both of them could not even block a single move. They had lost disgracefully. You said you would carve words on my sword? Now you have the qualifications. Sigh. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Lu Qing on the ground. Lu Qing opened his mouth, but no words came out. Not only did he not feel proud, but he felt incomparably humiliated. Let me carve words for you. Sigh. Lin Ling said again. His right hand gently waved, and 2 large characters appeared on Lu Qing's cheeks. They were the 2 words trash. And these 2 words were carved with flames, as if they were branded with iron. After Lu Qing realized this, he was immediately enraged. Today he had become trash. You must die. Sigh. Lu Qing roared. Those who dare to kill me, I will never show mercy. Those who dare to move against my family, I will show no mercy. Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. The Lu family had kidnapped his family, so he would naturally take revenge. Then with a boom, a scorching flame appeared in his palm. Countless vermilion birds flew around, causing Lu Qing's eyes to narrow. This young man wanted to kill him. You dare to kill Brother Lu? Not far away, Zhou Xingyu shot over, her face filled with killing intent. Although Lin Ling was ranked second this year, Lu Qing was Su Fan's disciple. From a long-term perspective, Lu Qing's future achievements would definitely be greater than Lin Ling's. After all, Lin Ling was only temporarily strong. What a pitiful person. He escaped with his life, but he didn't know how to cherish it. Instead, he came here to throw away his life. Not only do I dare to kill him, I even dare to kill you. Lin Ling didn't even look behind him as he swung the vermilion bird's flame in his hand. Whoosh! 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 A massive number of vermilion birds formed from flames flew out, bringing with them a destructive aura. Zhou Xingyu's complexion changed as she rushed over. She immediately wanted to retreat, but she was too slow. Endless flames wrapped around her, causing her pupils to widen. Previously, Lu Qing had been threatened by Lin Ling, so he had subconsciously wanted to help. Perhaps he had subconsciously thought that Lu Qing was Su Fan's disciple, so he could not allow anything to happen to Lu Qing here. However, he had forgotten that he was not Lin Ling's match. Moreover, Lin Ling had spared his life and disdained to care about him. At that time he should have immediately left, not risking his life to save Lu Qing. After all, the price was too terrible. Of course, the most important thing was that he had forgotten something. Others might fear Su Fan, so they did not dare to move against them. But Lin Ling would not. Dead. A genius of the 7 profound martial house has died. Looking at the burnt figure, the crowd's pupils constricted. They were shocked. A genius that they had to look up to had died in front of their eyes. If you dare to kill him, you will die. He is Su Fan's disciple. Unless you never return to the 7 profound martial house, prepare to welcome Su Fan's wrath. At this moment, Daoist Tinin's cold voice sounded out. He wanted to make Lin Ling fear him and not dare to attack. However, after his words fell, Lin Ling slowly turned his head, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Su Fan already wanted me dead. Unfortunately, during this year's disciple recruitment, I slapped him 3 times, and he still did not dare to touch me. What? Daoist Tinin's pupils constricted. Their cloud domain's Lin Ling had actually dared to hit a 7 profound martial house's apprentice? To him this was too shocking. After all, he had never been to the mysterious 7 profound martial house in his life. He could only look at it from afar. As for Su Fan, to him he was like Mount Tai. However, Lin Ling did not seem to be afraid of even Su Fan. This had to be fake. You are Lin Ling. At this moment, the only one who knew Lin Ling was Lu Qing. He nervously shouted in his heart. He was as surprised as Zhou Xingyu. He did not think that Lin Ling would appear here. What was even more unexpected was that after a month, Lin Ling did not have the guidance of an apprentice, but his strength seemed to have increased. And now, he was stealing Lin Ling's woman. Lin Ling, who is this? I seem to have heard of him. That's right. He is this year's 2nd-ranked genius of the 7 profound martial house. That's him. It said that he defeated the 2nd-ranked Zhao Qingtian and the 3rd-ranked Long Xiaochen. He even dared to face Su Fan. His name has shaken this year's 7 profound martial house. After the crowd was silent for a moment, some of the martial artists began to speak, causing the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. Genius, this was a true genius. Compared to Lin Ling, Lu Qing was simply the light of a grain of rice. Whether it was strength, talent, or fame, Lu Qing was inferior by a large margin. What was most ridiculous was that Lu Qing had arrogantly said to Lin Ling that he would carve his name on Lin Ling's sword. All of this was extremely ironic. What do you want to do? Lu Qing took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Kill you. Lin Ling's voice was incomparably cold, causing Lu Qing's face to turn pale. He did not doubt Lin Ling's determination. After all, Lin Ling did not fear Su Fan, so how could he possibly fear him? Moreover, as far as he knew, this Lin Ling seemed to be low-key. But if he was provoked, then this Lin Ling was also a ruthless and merciless person. Wait, I was wrong. I should not have been so arrogant in front of you, and I should not have said that I would carve my name on your sword. Lu Qing clenched his teeth and finally admitted defeat. His words caused the eyes of those in the distance to turn dreamy. Their Blue Heaven region's genius was actually begging for mercy? As for Ouyang Xiaoqian, her mouth was wide open but no sound came out. Not long ago, she had warned Lin Ling not to provoke Sir Lu. But at that time, Lin Ling had said that Sir Lu was very fierce. And now she finally understood what that sentence meant. Big Brother Ling is fierce. He has only been at the 7 Profound Martial House for a month, but it seems that many people already know him. Yu Yu and the heavenly concubine looked at the youth that was surrounded by countless vermilion birds, and their lips curved into proud smiles. At this moment the youth was like a vermilion bird that had descended, blooming with a dazzling light that made them feel proud. Chapter 542. True Meaning of Steel City Tremble. Thus, this youth used flames to intimidate everyone. As for behind the two of them, the mysterious old man's complexion turned ugly. He didn't think that this Lin Ling that he looked down upon would actually have such skill. You dare to kill him? You will not leave here today. Right at this moment, an ice-cold shout sounded out, causing the entire Iron Soul City to be on the verge of collapse. It was Lu Renqing. Anyone could see that Lu Renqing was angry. You are a disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House. Today's matter, I will give you face and let you leave. But those women must stay, and I will let bygones be bygones. Lu Renqing coldly said. He hadn't made a move all this time because he wanted to see his son wash away that humiliation, and once again appear proudly in front of everyone. However, this expectation had disappointed him. His son had been utterly defeated. Not only had he lost the title of genius, he had even received the title of trash. Bang! However, just as his words fell, a gorgeous flame bloomed and fell on Lu Qing's body, burning him to ashes. Another genius of the 7 Profound Martial House had died. The entire square was silent. Countless people stared with wide eyes, surprised by Lin Ling's actions. Lin Ling had actually killed Lu Qing, and City Lord Lu Renqing had just said that he would let his son go. But in the next moment Lin Ling had killed him. This courage was simply unafraid of attracting a fatal disaster. Are you stupid? I was going to take them away today and you actually told me to leave them behind. Moreover, your son wanted to kill me, so how could I possibly leave him behind? Glancing coldly at Lu Qing who had turned into ashes, Lin Ling then looked at Lu Renqing. Dead. Lu Renqing still didn't seem to react. He stared at his dead son, his pupils congealing. The son he was most proud of had died, and the murderer had killed his son in front of him. I want you to die. Lu Renqing's terrifying aura erupted, causing everyone in the city to suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling, this youth, had caused a great disaster. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Iron Soul City shook. In the ancient city, the restaurants, markets, and residences built from steel all melted like water, and then flowed towards Lu Renqing. Even the pitch-black steel square from before was like boiling water at this moment, continuously squirming. What is this? Lin Ling's pupils shrank, and his body floated backwards. This Lu Renqing seemed to control a formidable power. Xiao xiao xiao. Countless black rays of light flew towards Lu Renqing, and a black sphere appeared in his palm. You must die, all of those women must die. All of them must die, the city must move. Lu Renqing seemed to have gone mad as he constantly shouted coldly. Under his shouts, Iron Soul City seemed to be under his control. The originally pitch-black steel city walls actually transformed into steel dragons. At this moment Lu Renqing was like an enormous steel octopus. It was extremely terrifying. True will of steel city shift. Everyone's heart trembled fiercely. This was one of the true meanings of martial intent, true meaning of steel. It was said that this was the power that every city lord possessed. They were able to control the entire city, and Lu Renqing possessed a huge steel city. Therefore, what he controlled was the true meaning of steel. However, this martial intent wasn't comprehended by him, but by an expert who compressed it into a token and let the city lord control it. This was also the reason why the Lu residents could become an emperor. Die, 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 all of you must die. Die. Countless huge steel dragons kept dancing, and a tyrannical voice came out of Lu Renqing's mouth. Lin Ling's brows were tightly knit together. He could sense that Lu Renqing was at the late stage of the King Spirit realm. Of course, the most terrifying thing was that Lu Renqing was actually using the strength of an entire city to fight him, and that city was the true meaning of martial arts. Iron Soul City was only a small city in the Blue Heaven region, but a city lord already had such strength. From this, it could be seen how powerful the upper three regions were. Lin Ling could laugh at the middle three regions in the past, but compared to the upper three regions he was obviously much weaker. This meant that the road Lin Ling had to walk was still very long. Yu, heavenly concubine. Lin Ling first looked towards Yu's side, and immediately saw a mysterious old man protecting Yu. That mysterious old man's strength was very strange. He released a light screen that could actually repel the steel dragons. Moreover, that mysterious old man was also looking at Lin Ling, which made Lin Ling feel that the old man's gaze was filled with disdain, as if he wouldn't pay attention to him. That person doesn't seem to have any evil intentions towards Yu, so I don't have to worry about Yu's safety for the time being. Sigh. Lin Ling frowned, and his thoughts fell on the battle with Lu Renxing. Previously, Lu Qing had told him that as long as he could defeat Lu Qing, Lin Ling could take Yu and Lu Renxing away. However, it was obvious that these were just words to fool people, so Lin Ling already knew that if he wanted to take Yu and Lu Renxing away, he couldn't avoid a battle with Lu Renxing. Moreover, Lu Renxing dared to attack Yu and Lu Renxing, which was equivalent to touching Lin Ling's reverse scale. Lin Ling also wouldn't let him go. This battle could never be avoided. In addition, Lin Ling's breakthrough was just around the corner, so he also wanted to see how powerful a late-stage King Spirit Realm expert was. Chi. The terrifying true meaning of steel erupted, and countless steel dragons danced. That earth-shattering aura caused the wind and clouds above Iron Soul City to surge. A huge black vortex quietly appeared. Looking at the vortex, it was pitch black inside, and people didn't dare to take another look. Could it be that the City Lord's power has already caused a change in heaven and earth? Many people were shocked, and they all retreated further away. Endless astral winds attacked, and Lin Ling's cold gaze looked forward. There Lu Renxing's body floated up, holding a black ball in his hand, and behind him the city was squirming. There were restaurants, city walls, shops, and when these steel buildings gathered together, it was extremely terrifying. And those steel buildings turned into black dragons, unceasingly roaring and roaring, making Lu Renxing look like a demon king at this moment. That young man is not the City Lord's opponent, and he can't escape. The crowd in the distance looked over, and it was pitch black in front of them. Under the huge black dragon city, only the young man was standing there. But the young man is very determined, he doesn't seem to be afraid, and he is only at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. But the City Lord is already at the late stage of the King Spirit Realm. The crowd's expression was solemn. The young man in the distance was fearless, and his martial heart that was constantly striving for self-improvement was extremely admirable. At this moment, the young man was even more handsome than Lu Qing. Lu Qing was indeed like a toad. You're dead, true meaning of steel black dragon domain. Boom! At this moment a cold shout was heard, and the terrifying city squirmed, and dozens of steel dragons rushed towards Lin Ling. Boom! Rumble! The sound was deafening, as if the black dragons were descending. Sword of Understanding. Boom! Looking at the large number of steel dragons rushing towards him, Lin Ling raised his sword and slashed at those steel dragons. Clang! 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 Golden sparks flew in all directions, and a few of them were cut off, but the remaining ones rushed towards Lin Ling again. You actually have 30% of the true meaning of sword. Boom! In the sky, Lu Renxing's surprised voice was heard. Obviously, he was extremely surprised that Lin Ling could cut off his steel dragons. What, he still has 30% of the true meaning of sword. Boom! You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.